Sound
Yeah,
resumed.
would this pass as a Protoss voice, or is it more robotic?
It's very sexy. Oh my god, that's so ominous.
Okay,
You're like a Necron.
I'll go back to regular voice.
Alright,
That's amazing. Okay, cool.
Alright, looks like we're live. Good afternoon, everybody, and good evening to the Europeans. Welcome to All Things Terran versus All Things Protoss Day 2, Number 2 of Season 2, 222. Score, as you can see on the screen right now, is 5-4, Protoss' favor. And today we've unfortunately had a bit of schedule mix-up. A few players have contacted me saying having internet troubles or they can't make it. That's totally okay. And without further ado, we're just going to jump right into the first game, which is just going to be between Gemini and Daenerys. So,
this is going to be fun.
Yeah, Macro, please make sure that you are... Oh, and casting me with... I'm Shalashka. Casting me today is Zeldaran. You probably know him as Zeldaran from Reddit. And probably Team Liquid too. You post there, right?
Every now and then.
Yeah, so yeah, you probably know him from there. This frequents All Things Protoss a lot. And joined us today, who's going to be doing the streaming, camera work, scene transitions, and made all the stuff you see in front of you right now is Macro. Goes by 747Beast on Reddit. So, big shout out to him. Thank you very much. And just waiting on Gemini to join the game.
Well, I mean, he's got a lot of intense stuff to do, you know. He's got a lot of hero build order VODs, dirty pictures to look up, you know.
Sure. Just make sure, Macro, you're set onto GameHeart 1v1 spectating mode. And the next game, please host with extension mod GameHeart. Oh wait, he's just going to remake. Okay then. We're gonna take a quick break, and we do come back. Yeah, we'll be ready. People. Apparently Gemini just woke up. It is 2 p.m. his time.
Is my mic okay? Seems to be echoing a lot.
That's just fine though.
Okay, maybe it's the clownfish doing it. What about now?
Nick, sound like a robot.
When do you want me to use that?
I'm gonna ask players beforehand. You guys, obviously all casts are gonna be serious. you know, as in like I'm not gonna make fun of anyone and all that stuff, but I will ask players like, do you want normal voices or do you want silly voices?
Do you want to be
And
guest casted by Megatron?
yes, I think Megatron and Alvin the Chipmunk.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck is this? What's going on?
All right, Macro. I hope you're in the scores. I hope you're in the player screen because let's see if these two gentlemen are ready. Danieris goes on Reddit as Synergy Schnitzel. You've probably seen him All Things Turn a few times. Is a mid Grandmaster player, quite competent. Seen him absolutely tear apart good players, notable players like Avil, for example. And Gemini, newly promoted to Grandmaster. So
Anyone who's familiar with all things Protoss should know who Gemini
should
is.
absolutely know who this is.
But
Gemini's
does
still
he have
trying
what
to
it
get his
takes
eyes
to bring
open.
down the Mother of Dragons?
You'll be pleased to know that one of the players on Terran's side today is Oberyn Martell.
No. Oh
Yes.
god, I'm immediately rooting for him.
Yeah,
I know
me
it's
too.
complete treachery, but I'm rooting for him.
Did you read the books?
Yeah.
I think that how they handled. I feel like they could have choreographed that fight a little bit differently, but I'm still torn. I thought it was really good, but
I don't think
I
I'm
don't know,
ever
it's-
going to be able to forget
that
that
scene.
fight.
Yeah.
For a number of reasons. Just the pitch he hit when he's screaming, you raped her, you murdered her, you killed her children. I don't think that's ever going to leave me, as well as everything else that happened.
Like, I don't really mind the head popping. It was just like his lover. She screamed and lost it. That fucked me up. I was like, oh, dude. Damn.
Yeah, that broke my heart. I knew that was coming.
Really just fucked me up.
The minute, like, I knew who he was. I'd read the books. I was
I was
mildly
like, oh, man, dude, he's so
rooting for
likable.
him in
He's
the
so
books.
cool. Yeah.
Yeah, he completely encapsulated that character perfectly.
Yeah. What the team? Come on, pick CM Storm. CM Storm. CM Storm.
Oh, we have teams in this.
Storm. Yes, yes. And Gemini, give Gemini Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, right?
I mean, it just goes without saying, so. Alright, looks like both these
I've
gentlemen
never
are
heard
ready.
of Dust. Have you heard of Team Dust?
No, never. Hey, everything looks good.
Well, Daenerys
I guess
is
it's a
3 times
thing.
Grandmaster.
Cool. Yeah, sure.
This is gonna be good.
Alright, so Integrity Gaming it is. Take it away. Our first game of the day of day 2, Grandmasters Daenerys versus Moderator Gemini.
And there's a lot of pride on the line here. I think isn't Gemini also the designer of your previous favorite subreddit banners, right?
Dude, he made a horrible subreddit. His subreddit banner was so bad, you guys used it. That's how bad it was.
Oh, come on.
That was horrible. He just put pictures of Hero everywhere. Nobody in All Things Terror gives a shit about Hero.
Well, they should, because he's amazing.
Sure, I like him as a player too. I just don't understand enough about Protoss to fully appreciate him.
He can A move in like 6 different directions. It's incredible.
No! Oh my god, that's amazing. Alright, here we go. And come on, you're killing the tension here, voter. Alright, spawning in the top right hand side, representing Team Liquid and Liquid Hero, as well as Integrity Gaming and the moderator of All Things Protoss. It is Gemini. And in the bottom left hand side, representing Dust Gaming, I think. I actually have no idea what this is. And All Things Terran, he goes by Schnitzel, Synergy Schnitzel, and Mystic Gohan. It is Daenerys, Queen of Dragons.
Wow, Daenerys and Gohan, he's trying to hit all the buttons,
basically. Alright, so while these two players work out how this map works, let's do the same.
The first thing,
making contest. Yeah, go for it.
The first thing I'm immediately struck by is the tile set is gorgeous. I mean, even on my terribly low graphics settings, everything looks beautiful.
Right.
Minor detail, I know, but it's just nice to look at.
And I do well. It's actually takes like a slight. It's like a Yansu-esque thing. The third base is disjointed by a set of rocks. You can see between the natural and the third, there's a quick path, but you gotta take down rocks to go for it. So, right off the bat, I'm gonna say Zergs are probably not gonna enjoy this map too much. But luckily, we don't have any Zergs with us today. And it's gonna be a Gateway Scout coming out from Gemini. Gonna play it very cautiously. I don't think this is cross spawns only, so he's gonna head south first, which is perfectly fine.
Yeah, we don't see any shenanigans out of Gemini. Single 15 gas, so he's probably gonna go for a pretty standard 1 gate expand. Probably into Robo. I mean, usually you can go Stargate, of course, off single gas if you want, but it's obviously a bit more optimal if you go off of double 15 gas,
right,
kind of thing. He's not even trying to be tricky either. I mean, on a 4-player map, I mean, there's no point. You could go double 15 gas like CJ Hero does, and you only like rally into the gases. You don't even put 2 and 2. I mean, that looks incredibly deceptive, but you still end up with a really low gas count, really high mineral count. You can still hit a really fast expand. But like those kind of tricks, they're wasted on a 4-player map because the scout is going to get there long after your nexus is done, unless you're incredibly unlucky.
And I really hope that no one is unlucky to want the best games possible from these two players. Daenerys, on the other hand, he's going for Reaper Expand, and from the way he's pulled out of gas, this looks a lot like a 3-Rex variant instead of a 1-1-1 fall. And 3-Rex has been becoming a little bit more popular in the matchup these days, simply because it gives you more muscle as opposed to the unreliable Widow Mine drops. Or, look, you can't really do much with mines besides drop and defend yourself.
Oh, he's going to get the scout, so he's not going to be able to confirm if there's a fast factory behind us.
Oh, nice.
Are we going to see an early eBay with this?
Usually, yes. Right after the second depot, if he builds an engineering bay right now, we will know that it's some sort of 1-1 timing at 10 minutes. And the money's banking, and there's going to be an engineering bay. Okay, so this is looking a lot like an innovation-esque sort of build. He's going to put 2 people back in the gas very shortly and go up to either 2 or 3 barracks. And what's happening on the Protoss side of things?
I reckon Gemini, we're just seeing standard timings. I mean, he's going to want to drop that Robo around 450, 5 minutes. So as soon as he hits 100 gas after the Stalker and Gateway, Warp Gate, sorry, he's going to go into Robo. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, he's only seen a factory, he's seen a barracks with a reactor. He's seen the Reaper, so he can guess at best standard play. I mean, he could posit there's a factory in there, but I know one thing Gemini likes to do is wall off his ramp with a Robo if he suspects factory play, and there's the Robo in the base. So Gemini, he doesn't seem worried, he's just going to play it out standard. I would not be surprised if we see a Forge here coming up round around 540, unless he wants to go into double Forge.
So Gemini literally cannot be playing any more standard right now if this Forge goes down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 3 gate after expand is something that's kind of gone now. Here we go, yep, 535 Forge, really nice good time for Gemini after the second Stalker. So we're going to see probably Colossus play with a second Forge added after 1-1. That's what I'm thinking, and that gives you a lot more flexibility in the mid game versus a double Forge build, because you have a few more units, you have your upgrades are slightly delayed, but you're still going to hit a really nice 2-2 timing if you want to.
Well, on the other side of things, we do see that Daenerys has chosen to stop at her 2 barracks infrastructure, which is a sort of, I think this is the Muslim build, if I'm not too mistaken. You get a little less army, but in exchange you boost econ and tech, the tech in this case being those very fast upgrades and the very fast stim. And there's either going to be a rather heavy medevac timing. You see the factory going down a little earlier than usual, so
faster
possibly
medevacs,
even
right?
3 medevacs at 10 minutes with 1-1. Very potent for us, but less bio. So he's gonna have to be more precise. He has less units to throw away.
That's interesting, because he's actually lost the Reaper on the other side of the map, which means he won't have a much more muscular bio force. As you've said, he's opted for 2 racks with a fast factory, so he's gonna have a lot faster medevacs. He's gonna be mostly marine heavy. But he doesn't know what's coming at him. Like, he's seen the Robo, but has he confirmed it? Like, he's seen the Robo building, probably clicked on it, because he's a very high level player. He is Grandmasters 3 times, so he's going to know to click on an in-production building. Right. But I mean, seeing the Robo doesn't really confirm anything. It could be Templar play, it could be a 2-base Colossus. He doesn't actually know what Gemini is doing. He hasn't confirmed the gas timings either. And we do see his gas.
Oh,
he sees the
Forge.
But Gemini, look at this. He drops the Robo just outside the scan radius, keeping Daenerys in the dark.
Stalker is training a bit of shields for a bit of bunker fire. Not too much else happening. And an observer can fly in and see pretty much exactly what you would expect to see. I mean, like, what's he gonna find? A fusion core? Sees that there's gonna be medevacs out at around 9 to 10 minutes. There's gonna be a lot of Marines And as expected for most early game Terran builds that rush medevacs, you don't get a lot of Marauders. You just cannot spray the gas. So there's some medevacs on the way. Bit of an unfortunate supply block, but nothing to really be too concerned about.
Can you kind of talk about what that does to your composition going so heavy to afford
In the
faster
early game,
medevacs?
yes. This more Marines is obviously very, very good at killing workers. It is very, very good at fighting and holding, as in you put a lot of Marines in bunkers, pretty good. But the downside is you can't really snipe thirds too well. You definitely can't take straight up fights too well. It's too squishy, especially without these shields. And you really just can't snipe any tech structures. You do a drop of 16 Marines, trying to kill a Robo before Protoss hurries on over is very, very difficult. And look at how crisp his timing is. Boosting the medevacs along to catch up, so this attack will hit exactly at 10 minutes. These little details are...
But Gemini's aware of this. He's mid-map
yes.
with these stalkers, and he's not really...
all the way.
Like, he knows that now's the time that things are getting a bit dangerous, but his Colossus should be out just in time. And as we see, he does have... He has a few gateways of production. He has 3 currently, so that's interesting. It's up to the probes and get 6 gateways before expanding. Usually once you hit 44 probes, full base saturation, you add those 6 gateways.
There's in right now. There's a few Marines. I don't think he actually quite killed anything, but a very fast pickup right in front of the observer. He's going to go over for the loop around, but he's going to fly past 2 observers. Protoss should have absolutely no trouble dealing with this.
Absolutely not, but I love the confidence in Daenerys' play there. He didn't immediately run away from that Colossus. He still stayed to kill as many as he could.
Oh dear.
Oh
Dear. He's going to lose a fully loaded medevac.
Wow.
That is a critical misstep. Half his army down. 3 stalkers warped in. This medevac is boxed. There's nowhere for it to go, and I'm pretty sure these stalkers, once they move in range, can kill it. No, it just can't move.
Wow, this is huge. Gemini now can safely take a third if he's paying attention.
This medevac is now free to boost output. No, Gemini has cancels the third too. This medevac is still huddled in the corner. Yes.
That
20 supply lead.
Interesting choice by Gemini, as I was saying, to continue pro production and then add the gates later. As we see, he's got quite the worker lead, even if he hasn't got the 3rd Nexus yet. But with sniping that medevac, he knows that the unit count he's facing is slightly lower.
Okay, and on the other side of things, we see that Daenerys has cut medevac production. He's opting to stay at just 4. He would have 4, but he just lost another one, so he's down to 2. He has 2 medevacs, and already he is up to 4 Vikings. And with double engineering out, he goes up to. It is very clear he does not want to go for a drop. He has decided that now is the time. Oh, another unsuccessful drop. Now is the time to sit back, wait, and hit a very big timing with 2-2 and a lot of Vikings.
And really, with those medevacs being lost, what other options does he have at the moment? He can't be that aggressive when he's 40 supply down, 30 now.
That's right.
I mean, he's down in workers, he's primarily down in army supply. On the interesting hand, because of Gemini's choice of forges going for the single into the double later, he now does have the upgrade lead, and he is, unless Gemini is very, very vigilant with Chrono Boost, he is going to hit 2-2 before Gemini, so maybe he might opt for a timing, but with this supply deficit, I think it'd be in his best interest to use that 2-2 to secure the 3rd, kind of build up and stabilize, rather than try and kill Gemini.
Right, but then we have to keep in mind that he will enter late game against Protoss without possibly even a base down. I mean, let's say Gemini takes a 4th base right now, Daenerys can do absolutely nothing about it. Absolutely nothing. At such a supply deficit, there is no way that his standing army can even begin to compete with the high-quality forces of Gemini. 3 Colossus on the field and only 5 Vikings.
Well, I mean, you have to think that's the consequence of such cost inefficiency. I mean, if you look at the units lost, there's 2 Stalkers, 2 Zealots, 6 Probes, versus a Reaper, 3 Medevacs, a Marauder, and 30 Marines. Yes. I mean, I don't want to criticize Daenerys, but that slight inattention, that just slight misstep with his Medevacs, cost him a lot of map control, and it cost him a lot of tempo. And
that's the knife
to
edge.
Gemini's credit, he is caught up.
Alright, well, right now we see 2-2's about to kick in 5 seconds, and if Daenerys wants to hit a timing, ideally now this would be the time, but you can see that his army is still too small. Like, he's got, what, just a handful of Vikings, only 5. And the Ghost Academy even coming down now. A Fort CC, he's going for the long game, and we do see 2 Medevacs.
You mentioned the Vikings, and It's brutal. I mean, there's 5 Vikings to 5 Colossus now, with
Oh
this
boy.
one finishing, and 17 Stalkers. Gemini anti-air. I think Gemini has complete air superiority here.
How did he know that? Oh, he must have flown by a watchtower. Daenerys wants to drop, and there's so many Blink
Oh,
Stalkers just south waiting for him.
but
But
they
Daenerys gonna
missed.
loop around.
Gemini's still expecting the drop, but it's going to appear in his natural right now.
At the same time, there is a large force, primarily Marine Marauder Viking, going to attack, but they're going to be met with a wall of lasers. The drop gets down uncontested, and I assume that he wants to go for that robotics bay, but the Blink Stalkers come in. There is no extraction plan available, and Daenerys uses his high drop, and at the same time, in the south end, the battle comes in. Focus firing down this third base. The Colossus dreadfully out of position. The Blink Stalkers come in to shield them from the Vikings. And Daenerys has just traded all his Vikings and 2 medevacs to kill the third base. Not as bad of a trade as you might think, and he has come out with a supply lead.
Alright, Daenerys really has to be careful, because Gemini looks like he wants to make something out of this. He
Yeah.
knows that he's killed the Vikings, he knows he still has the reigning Colossus count, he knows that he's also downing income by losing that third. So, as we see in so many games, even some of our own, Albert, can he hold this brutal counterattack?
I call this YOLO mode. It's like Protoss literally has nothing left to lose. So it's like, well, just roll my base. What am I defending anymore? And here he comes, but that is a big fireball. That's a lot of Marauders against what is primarily a Stalker buffer. Gemini really does want more Zealots in this mix, I feel, or at least a few more sentries to buffer out the concave that's going to happen. 3 bunkers being thrown down. Daenerys just needs 30 seconds. That's all he needs. He needs 30 seconds. But once his observer moves forwards, sees the constructing bunkers, Gemini's gonna move. There it is.
Yeah, he's not
going to
let those
forward.
finish.
There's no way.
Especially when Storm is on the way.
Yeah, Storm there, seconds away. The concave comes forward. Sinji Schnitzel fights for all things Terran, and he pushes back Gemini. And every moment Gemini waits is good for Daenerys. He needs more Vikings. He wants more bunkers, and he definitely wants a few ghosts too. 2 ghosts at the forefront.
It's every moment that he waits is another moment that that 4th base is going to be generating income for him. Like, Gemini has reestablished his 3rd, he's going for his own 4th. But Daenerys has a 4th base right now. His income is skyrocketing, he's maxed, he's banking.
Alright,
But
Macro, real
the
fast,
downside
turn
is
down
he doesn't
in-game
have
sound.
Vikings.
They're saying that we're too quiet. So turn down in-game sound, turn this up if you can, please. Oh, good, dude. Daenerys is. Oh no! 3 drops! Blink Stalkers! So many Blink Stalkers! He is going to get out with 20 supply, but that's a third of the dropping force neutralized. And Daenerys.
Albert, I would argue that he needs to lose those drops. I mean, you look at the Viking count right now.
This is true. His army is still too bile heavy, and he's got, I think, a few more workers than he'd normally want. No recall available.
Oh.
Army caught out of position. Drop at the natural. Bow shoving in. Blink Stalker's horribly out of position. They're going to get completely cut off. They need to blink up to the high ground right now. But Gemini isn't likely. He loses all the Blink Stalkers. All the Blink Stalkers. Before Colossus is still nothing to stop that. The EMPs go down. The charge drops getting neutralized from the south end. We see now Daenerys needs to fall back. There's no more Vikings. He has no more Vikings. He goes down to the Vulcan and tries to take a good concave, chips down a lot of these Zealots. Only 3 Colossus remain trying to put in work, and that 1 Viking uncontested shooting down at
What a
this.
masterstroke.
It looks like, yeah, there's no more buffer. There is no more buffer. It's just bile, but another wave of Stalkers comes in, and I really do think Daenerys just has this game
He's got
right now.
GG.
GG well played. Daenerys ties up this series for all things Terran.
Fantastic play. I was worried. Now, you don't usually take on 5 Colossus with 3 Vikings, but Daenerys did it, and he did it wonderfully. That was so fantastically well played.
Yeah. But I just would like to note, Gemini literally just woke up. I know it's like not much of use.
Oh yeah, let's not take anything away from Gemini.
Right.
Just, he is
but
a
also-
fantastic player. He's a wonderfully active member of the All Things Protoss community. I personally pester him a lot in the build threads, just wheedling out all these extra details of all these fantastic builds he puts together. He's a fantastic member of the community, and as always, a great player. So don't be too harsh to judge someone from a single game. I think I'm playing later today, so if you want to judge someone, judge me. I'm terrible. He's fantastic. So don't want to take anything away from Gemini, but that was a
That's right.
masterstroke at the end by Daenerys. That I mean, I was I was very skeptical. I figured that he needed to lose those drops or trade them efficiently and remax on a higher Viking count. But no, he just pulls Gemini out of position and crushes him in a fantastic pincer movement. That was great.
All right, well, right now we're just going to go on a break while we find our next few players. So sit back, enjoy the music. We'll be back soon.
Sound
Just
resumed.
Just let him at it. Macro, if you could please start the game. Thank you very much. Maybe turn up our voices. Our voices are really muffled.
My microphone is also terrible, so.
That's true. But Macro,
do
if you can do
apologize for
something to turn up TeamSpeak more and game sound less, be good. Otherwise, everything looks really good. Like the stream is going at like 30 more frames than I could ever get it at. So.
Yeah, thank you so much for helping us with this. You're doing a great job.
All right. Well, spawning in the top right-hand side, representing D Booty and All Things Protoss. He said he was 6-point. It is Akil the Man. And in the top left-hand side,
Similar.
also representing the booty. Okay, I didn't know they were in the same clan. It is Mellow Man.
Yeah.
What the hell? Oh, so it's a team kill.
Oh wow. I mean,
Okay,
as we know, both of these booty guys,
know.
they're men and they like differently. Only one of them is more mellow than the other one.
Okay, well, Habitation Station. Arguably the most controversial map on Ladder and on Pro League right now, simply because of these two wonderful bases. Also Swarm Hosts, mostly Swarm Hosts. But the problem is, like, on this gold base, I just recently read a Team Liquid article on it, how Byung, I think it is, or I'm pretty sure it's Byung, he just takes the gold, and he does, like, this unbeatable 1-1-1, and it's absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, for some reason the Korean commentators have christened it Gangnam Terran. I guess you'd have to read the article to understand why. I guess because
I don't know
Gangnam
why
is such a high-class neighborhood and the gold minerals make you so rich. But,
oh, right.
yeah.
Oh, that is actually pretty clever. Okay.
Yeah, he takes the gold base, he does a 1-1-1, and you die in QQ about it like it's 2011 and he's Puma. That's pretty much how it goes.
Right.
Obviously,
right
we're not
now.
seeing that this game, because as we can clearly see, Mellowman has opted to have his own base inside his base, an unconventional choice, but, you know, you can't fault him for it.
Well, it does right now look like it's going to be normal Reaper Expand, and Reaper Expand, I think, is critical on this map, not for scouting the main, because it's very, very hard to Reaper scout on this map into the enemy main and get out alive, but for looking for proxies. If you take a look around the map, this is an insanely good proxy map. Oh my god, like, you can hide anything, anywhere.
Absolutely. I mean, you tend to see Stargate builds gravitate towards the opposite side of the map from your own main. So, for example, for Mellowman, he'd want to be checking, for example, down by his potential blue third, or a fourth base down there. Those are usually decent Stargate spots. I mean, it's not common to have a Stargate spot proxied on the other side of the map, because obviously it's going to take more time for the Oracle there, but then there's also the idea that the further away you proxy the Stargate, the least likely it is, the more it's unexpected, the more damage it might do. So, I mean, you may even just choose to have a Stargate proxied in somewhere that makes absolutely no sense, just because it doesn't make any sense, and then it can do more damage.
Right. Now,
some people do that.
Just one thing about Mellowman, we will note that he is opted not to go for orbital. Instead, he is now banking both minerals and gas. And I'm kind of curious what he's going to do with both these minerals and this gas. And the answer is there's a tech lab. What is the tech lab going to do?
Well,
it's concussive. It's going to be aggressive.
Before we start
stim,
trying to make any
game.
huge predictions, we should point out these guys are in silver. So, I mean,
right.
Their play may not make the most of sense. Like, for me, from what I can see, he's going for a very early stim and a second Rax. So maybe he wants to be aggressive. Maybe he's like looked up heart stim timing on Ember builds or something, you know, that kind of thing, where he's grinding out a build and he forgot that he needed orbital commands. Maybe he's just a man of extreme honor. I mean, he's not afraid of Protoss, he doesn't need mules to beat Protoss, he doesn't need scans to look for all the nefarious tricks Protoss can pull. He's just gonna face them mano a mano, SCVs versus probes, as it was meant to be.
Right.
Maybe he just loves Brood War.
I'm just curious, what do you think of leaving the mothership core right at the front door?
I think that's an excellent idea, because he wants to get his mothership killed, quite obviously. He wants it to float there and be a giant target, and then that'll draw fire away from the sentries that he's, of course, going to build, I'm sure. Oh no, he's going to build zealots. I mean, you don't want that. You don't want your zealots to get shot.
For reference, Protoss players on this map, I think the ideal position to have the mothership core is between the two bases, somewhere around here.
Yeah, that's so
you don't want to be looking away and suddenly you lose the game. It has happened to even the best of players.
But as the advantage of playing Protoss is you can be looking away and you can just click a button and you can win the game.
Oh, I mean, no. Which button? There's so many. Cap.
Funnily enough, because I'm a dirty Protoss noob, I bind everything to F. I have force fields on F, I have zealots on F, I have overcharge on F, so that is pretty much my win button right there. It's fantastic. I just press F and magical things happen.
The key must be so dirty.
No, interestingly, we've noted that Akil the Man has opted not to scout with the Mothership Core in the close air positions. That's something you can do on this map, and it can be repelled by some patrolling Marines, but I mean, that also is a gamble for a Terran, right? I mean, from your perspective, if you're pulling up Marines away from the mineral lines to scout for a Mothership Core coming in,
That's free
that's
Marines to
potential
lose.
Marines that, yeah, that's
Yeah.
Marines that also might not be defending against an Oracle. So, I mean, maybe they know each other. Maybe he knows that he puts Marines there to stop him scouting. Maybe he just doesn't want to scout with his Mothership Core. He likes the safety of having it at home for that immediate photon imba charge.
Well, we do now see the first observer is going to be rallied very aggressively to the Terran Natural. Excuse me. ML-Man is going for a very, very heavy Marine composition, opting for a double reactor instead of 2 Tech Lab 1 reactor in the conventional 3 racks play. So we're going to probably see his army is going to be a lot more efficient at fighting Zealots, at the very least.
Yeah, absolutely. Marauders, as we know, being pretty atrocious versus Zealots. Although, it's interesting because, I mean, Zealots are high armor and Marines deal their damage in quick bursts, so I mean, Zealots benefit so much more from armor versus Marines. So I guess there's no unit apart from maybe Ghosts that are fantastic against Zealots. It's not like Marauders and Stalkers.
Hellbats.
Oh yeah, true, but I mean...
Damn it, David Ken. I had a relationship with that unit.
Oh, of course. Widow Mines. How could we forget? Are we going to see some bio mines?
You know that's crazy? They used to do 30 damage. You just drop Hellbats on top of Colossus and they would just work too. Like nobody. Ah, man. Those are the times.
So, you cannot be as mad about Hellbat patches as Innovation is, surely.
Yeah, that's true. I haven't lost thousands of dollars because David Kim decided to nerf my favorite unit.
But then again, you never won $1,000 because it took David Kim too long to nerf your favorite unit either, so I mean...
That's true. Okay.
We see a small force moving out here. I don't think it's going to accomplish much. There's an Immortal there looking very sexy and beefy, as Immortals tend to do.
I didn't notice how tall it was. I never knew it was taller than Stalker if you rotate the cameras a little bit
taller. Oh yeah,
taller.
Immortals are badass.
Wow, he wants the Immortal! Assassination mission goes awry, the shields are breached, but hey, guess what? It's a trap! More Marines coming in from the west. Desperate warping of Stalkers, but luckily, so Marine heavy can do excellently against these Zealots, and he is a little bit behind in his +1 attack, but it shouldn't be the biggest of concerns, I think.
I mean, it should be noted that in lower levels, until splash damage comes out, I think Bio is actually pretty damn good. I mean, Bio trades so ridiculously efficiently with pure gateway units, that I mean, until Storm, Colossus, all that good imbalanced crap comes out, that we might see Mellow Man in a pretty decent position. I mean, sure, he doesn't have medevacs yet, so his Bio is pretty hurt, but as we see from Akil the Man, he's not that bothered with going for splash damage. He's got a Robo Bay, but he hasn't got the gas for Colossus quite yet. So if Mellow Man can do something within the next, say, 4 minutes, it might look good for him. I mean, we don't see any splash damage in sight, and until then, maybe he can trade quite efficiently.
Well, right now we do see it's just going to be Colossus transition. About a minute before the first Colossus comes out, and the amount of bio that's slowly been gathering in front of the Protoss base looks a little bit concerning, but I still think there's enough Zealots and an Immortal here to back it all up to hold this off, especially with the overcharge.
It's interesting because he's so Marine heavy that unless he makes a note to target fire the Marauders with the Immortal, that it might not be that effective. It might just waste its shots on Marines. I mean, there is an overcharge, but it's Stim Bio with no sentries.
Take 2. There's the overcharge.
Wow, he does not want to
commit. He really wants an Immortal.
I think this is a wise move. He doesn't know, but the Colossus is just about to pop, so an overcommitment there could have been absolutely devastating for him.
Right. Now, a third base taken, the gold. I'm not the biggest fan of this third base on this map. What's your preference for third bases on this map in PvP?
Yeah, I don't like the gold base on this map that much either. I feel like it exposes you too much. It's difficult to defend against multi-pronged aggression. If you go for the other base, I guess you can defend. You force your opponent to come down a ramp or come through the middle, and you can defend your main with some stalkers and a decently placed observer. You can place observers on the ramp and then kind of just outside the watchtower, so you can cover everything quite nicely. Whereas I feel like the gold base, it might force you to split up a little bit too much. It might leave a little too many chinks in the armor against heavy drop aggression.
Well, we are seeing the first few medevacs join the Terran army, and they're going to march out and fight Akita Man. There is the A-Quake. Oh, he's move commanding! No, the Colossus goes down. The attack move in an instant, but it killed a man suddenly without AoE, without a good buffer. The second Colossus desperately trying to join his brothers in battle. There is Thermal Lance. There is the attack move, but Terran unit's so low, he needs to back up and start healing right away.
That was a brutal moment of inattention.
Yeah, that was a little bit.
That was a move command for the ages. I've almost seen a few move commands that bad in my own play. It's far too frequent, I have to say. But I mean, he's kind of stabilized. He has a gold base that he's kind of too afraid to take because there's a giant Terran army sitting out there.
I don't blame him in the slightest.
I mean, Mellow Man doesn't know about this. He could go up there and snipe that if he sent a Marine or he took the watchtower, but he's content to camp that location right now. Obviously, he's seen that Akil wants to be out there for some reason, so maybe he can deduce he has the gold. But for right now, he doesn't seem to have any problem with staying where he is. I mean, he secured his own third. Maybe he could send Alpha Marine to check the blue or the gold, but right now, he's in a decent position. He's got the Protoss contained, he's mining from his own third. Things are pretty good right now.
Look how many units he has. Like, he has a massive army lead. There is no way Protoss is going to field anything right now. And does he know?
He's going for the gold. Maybe he knows. I mean, they are teammates.
He saw it.
He didn't see the gold, but he went for it. So maybe he knows
he had an
Akil
SCV
likes
on
to
the
take
tower,
his
I
gold.
just noticed.
Did he? Oh, wow, my bad. My apologies.
Oh, but now Protoss is like, I can't lose that base.
And he's anticipating a drop into the main, but no. Meloman just pulls back away. Barring some major slip up, I think this game is nicely in Meloman's hands. He's got 3 Vikings in production. There is the upgrade lead. Now that's true. There's 2-2 going to be on the way for Akil.
Oh, he's just going to go for it. Another move command to exchange for his friends. He's just target firing that Colossus. A big concave by Marie Marauders. A pure muscle. Looks like Pulp smashing through Meloman. A crushing victory right outside Akita Man's base. Desperate warps and the stalkers trickling down into high-powered assault rifles. And that's just going to have to be a GG
The GG is called.
Mellow Man takes the team kill.
Well, nicely played. Nicely played by
well
Mellow Man.
Do you remember what Silver League was like when you played?
Say that again, sir?
Do you remember what Silver League was like when you played? Because I remember what Silver League was like when I played. Like, we didn't make... These guys are pretty much like Platinum League was when we started playing.
Well, I was Silver in 2011, and it was literally just... Everyone told you to forgate, and that's what you did until you learned something else to do. So my Silver League experience was forgate all day, every day, pretty much.
Cool. Alright, well, we are going to go on a quick break, and when we do come back, we'll have our next match ready. So, thanks, and stay tuned.
Sound muted. Sound resumed.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we are back. It took us a while, all of a sudden, to relog, thanks to Blizzard. All we're just waiting on is Ramen Ninja to finish loading in, and we will be away.
Blizzard, the cause of and solution to all of our problems.
Right. He pooping. No, I'm messaging him. I'm quite sure he is not pooping.
Well, I mean, he is called Ramen Ninja. Who knows how much of that he consumes on a daily basis? Oh shit, son.
Alright, looks like they want normal voices, so we're just gonna go right in and do normal. So take it away. It wouldn't feel right anyways. It's like, we want to cast a game and they just get Megatron and Alvin the Chipmunk.
Come on, man. Why not?
Falling in the bottom right hand side. I think maybe for some of our more experienced players who have had games casted before, we can go for it.
That's a fair point. Of course, absolutely, we should ask the players themselves.
By the way, it's Team Unrivaled, okay?
Okay, cool.
Alright, spawning in the bottom left-hand side of Whirlwind, representing all things Terran. It is Black Jedi.
And in the top left-hand corner of the Whirlwind, Team Unrivaled, representing all things Protoss, we have the Ramen Ninja.
Okay, now, Whirlwind we haven't seen for a very long time. I think the last time I saw this map, people were still using Hellbats.
Yeah.
But since that has changed, I really miss this map, man.
Knowing how you play, I am not surprised. This is a great map for Terran drop aggression.
Well, it's not just drop aggression. It's it was one that was good for all three matchups. It was like old school Frost.
Oh,
But
well, obviously I can't comment on TVT or TVT. I mean, I've seen a lot of very good games on this. I remember, isn't this the map that was host of Flash versus Ryung? That was just an absolutely incredible TVT.
I think it was Flash versus Innovation, actually.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that'd be a fantastic TVT anyway.
Yeah, it was. It was actually one of the few times I saw Flash not mech and play excellently. Like, you could see like flashes of his old brilliance. Wow, that was a bad pun. You could just see like his old brilliance and play.
Okay.
And hold on. This
We've got a
this
gas
looks
first.
like a gas first. Yeah, this. He does not want a long game.
Ooh.
He's gonna end this quickly. And
I think
Protoss
we've got
believes
more of a
going-
Sith over here than a Jedi with these shenanigans.
Wow. Okay. Unfortunately for Mr. Ramen Ninja, he is actually going to scout our Terran player last. And that could mean by the time he shows up, there's a Marine to shoo him away, and he'll have no idea what the hell is going on. So
yeah, and that's like the scouting pattern of Black Jedi, that's not going to impact him at all. I mean,
right. All he cares
he's-
about is where's Protoss.
Yeah.
That's all he cares about.
show me where to send the troops. That's all he cares about right now. And
I actually wouldn't be surprised to see this SCV. As soon as it confirms there's no Protoss here, he just walks home. Like, I would not be surprised at all. You don't need to see.
well, I mean, I think he would probably still want the information just to confirm there's nothing like an Oracle coming. I mean, we know, for example, that this is going to be a 1-gate expand with a cancelled Zealot. Maybe he wants to keep the Zealot, but I'm going to say he's going to cancel it just for a faster Nexus. There's going to be no double 15 gas. There's no blink so far. So no 1-base blink, although you really wouldn't want to blink on Whirlwind. No Stargate, so it's just going to be standard macro play from Ramen Ninja. Whereas Black Jedi, well, he's building the factory. He's been pretty brazen about this. He doesn't care. The factory is right in vision of the probe.
I don't. Is this a wall? It is a
It
wall,
is.
fortunately
He
enough.
sees everything. Wow, that's
Does he
some
know that it's
confidence right there.
Hellions, though? Like, right off the bat, most people would... At this point, when you see this, I think you just need the Chrono Boost Stalkers. Non-stop. You really, really, really need units.
Yeah, like, as I was saying in the previous game with the Gemini, one thing I've seen him personally do is you build a pylon on the ramp, you build a robo, you can wall that off with the Stalker, you keep a bunch of probes in your main, and you can just defend with quite easily.
Right.
Maybe you, like, one thing Rain used to do in a really old school, when he was playing against a lot of Hellion plays, he goes up to 3 gates with a robo, and he just does a brutal counter pressure with Stalkers against someone who's committed to factory aggression and who hasn't been successful. Like, if you fend off the Hellions with minimal losses, the Terran is really far behind. I mean, you look at it, his CC has only just started now, that's going to have to morph to an orbital, he's going to be quite far behind in workers. So if Ramen Ninja could hold this off without pretty much unscathed, and then he can do a pretty nice counter swing with Stalkers if he chooses to. Now, it doesn't look like we're going to see that. There's no additional gateways, there's just a robo. But I mean, the story of this game so far is going to be how he holds off this Hellion aggression.
Well, the way he's drawing both Nexuses to the mineral lines, there's no wall off, and I don't think there's any additional gateways yet, and only 2 Stalkers.
I think he's going to throw the overcharge on the natural, and the Hellions are just going to walk by. I mean, he could wall off this ramp with the Stalkers if he wants, but he's not, currently.
Oh, here we go. Here comes the whoosh.
He's going for the probes in the natural. Workers. Oh, he's pulling them down. Go to the main. Go to the main.
Oh, dear. That's a lot of fire. He's going to lose at least another Hellion, and number 3 takes some damage. Well,
interesting
not
restraints.
The worst.
Yeah, 5 probes killed. Which means, wow, instead of being 19 workers to 32, he's 19 to 29 now. So, I mean, it's an interesting choice there from Black Jedi. He showed some remarkable restraint. I think he might have benefited from running into the main, but he's also got 2 Hellions that's allowed him to retain map control.
He's also making Widow Mines 2 at a time, and not investing in any further infantry infrastructure. I think with the mines, he's just going to try to control his opponent as best he can, because there doesn't seem to be much immediate aggressive options. And wow, the mine's even right under an observer. This should be cute to make another observer for home. There it is. Observer almost finished. Alright, well, while we are still waiting on further things to develop, Protoss, how should he be reacting to someone who transitioned from Hellions to Widow Mines?
I think the ideal scenario is to go for Colossus, although it depends, because I mean, if I was in Ramen Ninja's position right now, I would want to confirm if my opponent is going mech. I mean, it's something a lot of Terrans like to do on ladder. If you see someone commit a little bit too much to Hellions, it's possibly mech play. We're seeing a second factory in the starport here. Now that is very unusual. This could be mech play. And the interesting thing about that is, you don't want to go Colossus against mech, not really. Ideally, the composition you want to aim for if you don't want to go air is going to be something like a Mortal, Archon, Templar with Storm, and a few charge lots sprinkled in. So, if he's going to commit heavily to these mines and going for mech play, as we're seeing continued Hellion production, it could be really interesting for Ramen Ninja. But I mean, right now he's producing Immortal, so he's got the right idea in mind. Well, like, I want to see if he continues Immortal production. Like, we need to see if he confirms that factory, that second factory, and the continued production of Hellions. And that'll allow him to make some more decisions about where he wants to go from there.
I will say one thing. Both these players have chosen to cut upgrades. And I don't think that's a bad idea. Against an aggressive player, such as our Meching Terran, Ramen Ninja I feel he's right to cut upgrades. You don't really need upgrades.
I think he's cut upgrades because he's moving out on the map and he wants to do some heavy damage with 2 Immortals and a full energy sentry. This could be interesting. I mean, those Widow Mines are going to be, they're not going to be that great against the range of the Immortals and the Stalkers.
2 observers. They're going to get absolutely shredded. He needs a siege tank right now.
I don't think Black
Jedi he's going to medevac. He's going to if he undeploys these mines. If he undeploys these mines, then he very well can lose the game. Even if all these mines go off perfectly. Oh no.
Oh, this is brutal.
Oh dear,
I don't know if
this is the perfect time. There's the scan. Widow Mine takes out observer number 1. Very nice. I wonder if that was a target fire.
There's still a single observer left. I don't know. I mean, we see Ramen Ninja being hesitant, but he just wants to set up another forward pylon.
That's another great connection, and the splash kills the observer. Nothing left to detect for these units at all. Repairs on mines. Oh, that is a new one. Siege tank, siege up. Hellbats ready to fight. I don't think there's any cost-efficient way to break this. There's no cost-efficient way to break this, and there's a third command center. Black Jedi is ready to play for the long game. It is all on Ramen Ninja to try to break this right now. Mines are ready.
He doesn't care.
Bunkers fire. Hellbats march forward. There is no cost-efficient way to break this ramp right now.
Damn.
Yeah, this is pretty cool, man. I'm not gonna lie. But 3 Immortals, they just need to step forward and shoot once.
They target fire that tank, they could destroy it completely. But I mean, he's so hesitant at this. He's transitioning to double forge. He doesn't want to commit to this, and I think that's the right call. I think he has the potential if he wants to sledgehammer through there.
Oh, he wants to commit to 4 more stalkers. Stalkers are going to be his units of choice.
Ugly.
Yeah, this is going to be a massacre. At the very least, first the opening salvo will kill 5 anything. Whatever they touch is just going to die. If they reach an immortal, the immortal is no longer an immortal.
I think ideally from this position he'd want to transition to a third, add on some more production, and aim for more immortals. He is going for a warp prison, so I mean, he probably wants to do a frontal poke with his army just to scare him into that position, and then do a warp in into the main and do some pretty critical economic damage. I mean, I kind of like his position. He's taking a third now, so I actually really like Ramen Ninja's position. I mean, how aggressive can Black Jedi be? Sure, he's got a third command center, but he can't really make use of it. There's a Protoss army outside his door.
He wants to break it. Every single mine goes off. 1 more remains. 2 tanks in the back doing so much damage. 4 Hellbats and a bunker, but in order to, he needs to keep that second tank alive, and he does not get it alive.
Ooh.
This is not to commit at the last moment, and a massive recall right
now
away.
That I don't like. I mean, you obviously can't overstay your welcome. That's a bad move. But recalling, he loses that contained potential. Maybe he's content with at least not with the damage he's done, but with the position he's in. He's secured a third base, and he's playing against mech. He can't really march across the map and destroy it. So he knows he's safe to take that third right now. So maybe he's content. Ideally, I think he'd want to keep him contained a little bit more. Just make sure he's got that economic advantage of 3 base against 2. But it's not a terrible position. There are zealots in the Terran main right now.
Oh, the War Prism does drop off a few zealots, but guess what's good against zealots? The answer is Hellions, but at the same time, a Hellbat drop going off into the main. Ramen Ninja, I don't think he's watching. He's just going to set everything on fire, but at the same time, these 3 zealots are putting in a lot of work. Still no pull. There's the photon overcharge. Takes down both these Hellbats. I don't think Black Ninja's watching is going to boost the entire drop, and these 3 zealots killed a total of, I think, 9 workers.
Yeah,
pretty good.
Comes out ahead with 11 workers killed to 9.
Not too shabby. Look how many workers he has right now. It is 53 to 49. Any worker advantage for Terran, augmented by triple command center mules. Always a great spot for Terran. And now we have to ask ourselves, when is Black Jedi going to try to take his third? The answer is now, but look at his configuration. He's making purely Hellions. This man is possessed by Daishi.
We say that, but he's also getting the Raven upgrades. Now this is an interesting idea. 7 Hellions, and he's maybe wanting to push into Ravens?
There's a sustain in this sort of army. It's just a lot of cheap disposable units, and he wants a very big couple of swipes with flamethrowers. That's all he needs to win this battle. And the third does get landed. This is a very scary mech army, by the way. Against...
I agree, it is very scary, but there's also 2-2 upgrades to consider, and former Zealots are going to enter into the Terran main, and what has he got to defend this? He may have to transform some Hellions and send them back to the main, because he's got nothing to stop this right now, and those Zealots have charge. Oh, he's coming back,
Yeah, 4 Hellions drive back immediately, and you don't want to lose any infrastructure ever. Blue Flame, moments from kicking in, and there it is, there are the Blue Flames. And this factory, unfortunately, will not be even put to burning.
Okay, that's some nice defense by Black Jedi there. That could have been potentially dangerous, but I mean, a little scratch on the command center, some paint gnawed off of the factory. It's not a big deal.
Gnawed. I just can't see Zealots biting anything. A primarily Stalker Immortal army. But that's
Yes.
a lot of
Oh,
temp
here
wars,
come the
and I have
temp
a feeling
wars. This is
those
gonna
are
be
not
fun
for
now.
Storm, and I was right. This is going to be a lot of Archons, and if there's anything good at fighting Hellbats and tanks, it's Archons.
Yeah, I'm starting to worry for Black Jedi's longevity in this. He's going for 2-2 right now, but there's 3-3 on the way for the Protoss, and here comes a potential warp, and that War Prism feels very embarrassed about himself right now.
Bit of a mistake there, I think. And this... Well, I'm not very experienced with mech against Protoss, or mech in general, but I will say that mech usually has a few themes. Either you want to hit a very big timing when Protoss is still not ready to fight mech yet, or you want to play for the ultra late game, which means getting ghosts. There is no way to play mech and not get ghosts. In fact, I don't think there's a way to play against Protoss in the late game and not get ghosts, regardless of what.
I would agree with that.
So,
speaking personally, well, I don't know whatever it is that's in the water among Diamond Terrans, but I do play against a decent amount of mech. And my priorities when facing mech is to deal a decent amount of economic damage early on while securing an early third. I take a really nice lesson from Rain versus Bomber on Anaconda all those many moons ago, I think in the OSL, where you want to storm drop if you can, you know, deal some real heavy damage early on, cripple them, and then move into a really heavy Archon Immortal Force. And that's kind of what we're seeing from Ramen Ninja. I mean, he's trying to be aggressive, he's trying to deal some economic damage, but his harass is not doing a lot. I mean, overall, he's only killed 11 workers to the 12 workers of Black Jedi. This mech army has not been slowed down, and it looks like he wants to move out and start making some real waves in this game right now. But is he going to move out before 3-3?
That's a lot of Archons. He just
needs
a few seconds. I don't know, but that's also a lot of tanks. The siege up any moment now. Black Jedi sieges up all the tanks. A lot of flamethrowers going off in the front. The first salvo impacts mostly on an Archon. Not the damage he wants done. The force shields cutting off half the hell that's been fully engaging. And so far, it looks like Ramen Ninja taking the upper hand. The vast majority of units, they form a 270-degree concave. The tanks are getting absolutely obliterated. 155 supply to 84. And Ramen Ninja cleans that up, making it just look so easy. And
well, it's Protoss. It's at least a little bit easy.
Kappa. And there's the Widow Mine going off. Not even going through the shields of that Archon. And Black Jedi pressed to the back. Whoops is called. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that is unfortunately why a lot of Terrans choose not to mech against Protoss. It is very... I think it's actually much, much harder than playing Bio. Way harder.
Yeah.
The last few tanks.
Let's congratulate Black Jedi for having the balls to play mech against Protoss. A lot of people don't do it. I mean, some people who will not be named like to play mech versus Protoss just out of compulsive insanity. Some people, like Maru, maybe they want to spice it in, you know, throw it in every now and then. And there's the GG.
GG, well played. Ramen Ninja takes a victory for both Team Unrivaled and all things Protoss.
Yay!
Now, when you said some people like to play mech against Protoss, I can think of a few.
I know.
I mined out the map. Checkmate, bitches.
I don't even think it's first.
Alright, well, we will be back soon.
Interestingly, even Maru threw it in Pro League recently.
Yeah, that was actually... He was an ace match, too. Like, you wouldn't think it, but, like, I think he was playing against CJ's Hero, right?
CJ Hero, oh my god.
And CJ Hero dismantled him. It was unfortunate.
Hero's multitasking in that game was, as usual, impeccable.
Alright, well, we are going to go on a quick break while we look for our next two players. Please stay tuned. We'll be right back. Alright, we're back on screen now. Alright then, well, it looks like we are back, so thanks for your patience, guys. We do have our Platinum match in front of you. As you can see, it is going to be Tio versus Spirit. Fortunately, Zedronarch couldn't make it today, giving me advance warning, so he has been replaced by Spirit. Without further ado, let us please go into our first game. Oh, not first game. Into the game. God.
Yeah. Well, it's the first game for
this. Game is
It's our first Platinum game today, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, goody, Sue's not retiring.
Ah, it's good. He is way too awesome to retire.
Yeah, like, one of my Cirque friends swears by him. Says that he's going to be one of the next... He's going to be, like, pretty much surpass Solky very soon.
Well, I mean, he's gotten to 3 GSL finals, I think in a row. He's just kind of quiet. Like, I feel like he's kind of unremarkably amazing. Kind of almost like Teja, where it's not like... Teja's just amazing at everything, you know? You can't really pinpoint anything. So that might make him a little bland, even if he is just incredible. You know, like, he's not like Marine King where it's just all splits all day long. It's like all excellent clean play all day long.
Mm-hmm.
So I think maybe Sue might be something kind of like that, where he's just so... He might be generic, but he's incredibly good at everything. So maybe he doesn't stick out in the mind, but he is pretty damn good.
If you were going to pick someone who's remarkably just good at everything, well, we'll talk about it in a second. Please take it away.
We have, in the top right-hand corner, he needs no team, he needs no master. He's representing all things Protoss on Overgrowth. It's Tio.
And in the bottom left-hand side, representing all things Terran, our teal Terran, it is Spirit.
Now, you were saying if I had to pick someone incredibly good at everything.
Could pick, yes,
Protoss?
just a Protoss player. Don't say CJ Ant is hero.
No, I have to show a little bit of bias. He's been kind of quiet, he hasn't been winning everything for a while, but I'm still a huge fan of Rain. You really can't go wrong with Rain. I mean, Zest is absolutely amazing. Just watching the way he plays, very deliberate. Zest is not particularly cheesy. He will bust out the cheese if he has to, but Zest kind of reminds me of a modern Rain. He's very standard, very clean and precise, but I'm still pulling for Rain to come back and make just an incredible splash. He's been one of my favorites for a very long time. As you know yourself from playing me, apart from our occasional dumb games, I'm pretty macro focused. I really do enjoy macro games from a Protoss perspective, and Rain kind of engineered the macro stance for Protoss. He was the longest time just the macro guy, so always gonna have respect for him.
In that sense, he's kind of like Pult, to be honest. All he does is macro. But he plays so differently from Pult. And we do see now Spirit's going to be sending out a relatively early... Wow, is he going gasless? No, he's going 15. Okay, so he's not going to insta-die to Oracles. Okay, awesome.
Yeah, the scout from Tio is incredibly early as well. I mean, he is having none of it. I mean, he's paying a little bit of a price here economically for this early scout, but he's getting information out of this. He knows that there's going to be no fast factory. It's probably going to be Reaper. Although there is a interesting, yeah, well, you were right. Was this 15 gas?
Right, there was no Reaper. It's going to be 2 Marines and a reactor, and this is a little bit safer against, I think, 10 gates. You have a little bit more money. The downside is if Tio chooses to hide something anywhere in the map, there's almost no way that our Terran friend will find it.
Yeah, I mean, he's also going to deny the scouting and get a, I would say, a reasonably fast command center out of this. I mean, this is going to be like, what? Well, he's going reactor before command center, so...
Right, this is
about the time you want to see, like, if you're going standard 1 gate expand, and you're pretty good with your probe micro and everything, your Nexus should be up about 336, 337, and we're not seeing that from the Protoss. We're actually going to see the command center up significantly faster than the Nexus. If there's going to be a Nexus at all, we do see a second gas. So, I mean, maybe we're gonna see our shenanigans. Everything before now has been reasonably gentlemanly, quite normal. Here we're seeing 2 gases before Nexus.
Well,
Although
the way
he is,
that
he is
probe is
banking.
going down, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's
So
Nexus.
this is interesting. This would lead me to believe it's either going to be Stargate or Blink after Expand. You don't usually get double gas for Robo. Although he did scout incredibly early, so maybe, I mean, he's a very cautious player who wants to play slightly unorthodox. I have no problem with that. With the gas
Alright.
count he's got, it would behoove him to go Stargate. He is positioning a pylon behind the natural mineral line, and that's unusual for so early. Usually, you want to position tech behind there, you know, stuff like Robo Bay, Twilight Council. But to me, that could be a proxied Stargate. That would be cool. Although the SCV does spot it, that's some nice scouting from Spirit.
He sees Forge. Well, he should have seen Forge. I have no idea if he clicked on her or not, but Forge before Robo is unorthodox. What do you think of this?
It's something I've seen State do occasionally, and I don't hate it if you know what the Terran is doing. You're gonna make some sacrifices. Like, he's not gonna have a pretty quick observer spread. He is gonna have quite fast upgrades. Like, single really early forge is interesting. That would lead me to believe that he wants to go for a delayed double forge. I mean, either you go early, like slightly delayed single forge after Robo, or you go double forge. This very early forge with a Twilight Council, it's kind of cool. I mean, it may be for something like Templar play. He does have the gas for armor, which I would like to see. Like, he got the fast forge, you think he'd want to use it straight away. But if he wants to go like super fast forge into armor and charge zealots, that'd be awesome. I'd really like that. Oh, I'm completely wrong. This forge is for cannons.
Yeah, he's
Look at
just
that,
playing
2
it
cannons
super
right now.
duper safe. Yeah, this is a little bit old school. Like, these cannons would finish right around the time a normal Widow Mine drop would hit, and based on his scouting information, I guess he just, because that Marine came out and stayed, there was no way for him to confirm if it was going to be, you know, 3 racks or 1-1-1. So I guess he's just choosing to play it safe, and I think that's totally okay. You can actually scout better versus a Reaper than you can versus a Marine, because Marines don't leave.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
we can't really condemn anyone for being safe. And interestingly, maybe I'm not really dumb, Albert. Maybe I'm just kind of prophetic. I mean, we're seeing +1 armor charge coming down. I used to absolutely love Templar first play in PvT. You get a Warp Prism, you go for Storm, you harass a little when the medevacs are out on the map. You see that with your observer positioning. But since the advent of the Widowmine buff, it's kind of died down. A lot of people feel that Templar openings are just not that viable against someone who is willing to go for heavy Widowmine counts. They absolutely eat up your charge lots, and they leave the Templar incredibly exposed. I mean, as we all know, Widowmines are exceedingly cost efficient versus gateway units. And we are seeing those Widowmines in production.
I still do think against Templar open, if you're going to go Templar against someone who's going mines, I think the answer is more along the lines of using cannons to stay safer, as opposed to using zealots. It's taking a trick from Zerg. Like, if you remember towards the era of Biomine, what did the pattern of engagement look like with Biomine against Zerg? You took very small groups of units, moved them forward so they couldn't be hit by AoE, and you let the mines do most of the work. And Zerg responded in kind by making spine crawlers. Like, what's great against small groups of units? Static defense. Like, Protoss still have a few tools in their arsenals. I feel like they should maybe consider that before just outright saying you can't go Storm anymore. Too many people are looking at the professional level games and just saying, oh, because all the Koreans don't go Storm anymore, I guess I just can't open Templar anymore.
Yeah,
either.
well, I mean, pretty much everything is viable up to, say, Grandmaster level. I mean, we see like a very active, oh wow, yeah, this is I don't think Teo's ready. He's not ready for this at all.
Yeah, well, there's the overcharge being forced out, and a second Widow Mine being pushed out. This is a very early mine attack, to the point that he's even delayed medevacs for it. But actually, no, he hasn't. There's medevacs right now, so what did he cut for this? And the answer, it looks like, is... no, +1's gonna finish too.
Wow.
This is a very nice build. He's got everything. The only thing I could say is slightly more unusual is actually bio counts, but that's not really too big a concern.
I feel like he was a little bit scared of overcharge there. I mean, the Archon is here now. I wouldn't want to attack into this, but before that Archon was there, I feel like he could have done a little bit extra damage. I mean, overcharge is scary, and there was a cannon, but I mean, he had the potential there to do some damage, and he's going to go for it again.
Oh boy, here we go. This is going to be a very brutal attack. Mine 1 Armed
Doesn't
and ready.
detonate. He wants the Nexus,
Wood off.
and he might get it.
Nice impact on that one, but the Medivac this time taking damage. And Archon goes down. Teal desperately trying to stabilize, warps in more charge lots. Does he have Storm? No Storm available. Instead, he's using... Oh, he's supply blocked. Or he was supply blocked.
Yeah, he's gonna have to rely on charge lot Archon for this fight. And I
making a
really
lot of
like this
pylons.
from Spirit. If Spirit reaches out now for a third command center, wow, he's already got the third command center that's in his base, and he's adding on 3 additional barracks. He's not going to stop this aggression. Tempo is going to continue. And he's not going to have infinite overcharge.
And Storm's not even close to being ready. He really wants that Nexus, but I think he might just be
get it.
overextending. He traded a lot of army for that Nexus, but in the end he does have it. Mines go off, doing heavy damage to the Zealots, and Teal can't even counterattack right now. This army's still knocking at his front door.
Yeah, this is pretty brutal. And the position here for Spirit is actually fantastic. He's got 3 command centers. He's got 3 bases now that he's moving that out. He's got bio churning out. Yeah, there is a War Prison heading in, but I mean, that's
this could do
some
heavy
serious
damage. And the only reason I'm saying that, look at the way this is rallied. This is a parade style rallied, and always the main vulnerability to a parade style attack, even in Zerg, is always going to be counterattacks. And a big warp on the Zealots at the worst moment could force all these workers to evacuate the main. And if he camps the production, that could just stop the parade completely.
Yeah, ideally, Tio, what he wants to accomplish with this War Prism is pull that army back from his front door and let him take a third. Get him some breathing room. And those Zealots, they're in the base net now. They've got charge, they've got 1-1. They're going to rip these SCVs apart if he's not careful.
And Spirit now does see the Zealots in the main. He needs to start pulling troops back. He retracts one of the mines, but everything else is still posturing at the front door of this Protoss.
And in the
base,
blink of an eye, 8 workers have gone down. Those Zealots have done remarkable damage. Could they get the Ghost Academy? I don't know. I mean, he's not repairing. There's no forces there, but 2 Marines firing. He's gonna get the Ghost Academy.
Oh man, that is actually pretty big, and he wants to get out another fight.
This time to push.
Hold on, Storm is ready, but does he have any Storms is the question. First Storm is locked and ready. He really wants it to be perfect. Big Storm goes down, but catches a lot of his own Zealots, unfortunately.
And those Widowmine hits are brutal. I think Spirit can put on the pressure here.
Yeah, but right now, look, no more production. These Zealots, these 3 Zealots, are just going to continually be reinforced. There's no way to add production. And look, now he's going to go into the natural. And what are you supposed to do from here? Just 3 Zealots. Stop all mining in the main. Cut off a huge amount of production. And now we're doing the exact same in the natural. Right now, Spirit needs to either retreat or make a move. And there's no way he can make a move against someone who has both overcharge and think another Archon to join soon.
I think he can easily afford to bring this army home. He's got 4 bases, okay? He can bring this army home. He can... Okay, the Protoss is probably going to stabilize, maybe establish a third. But wow, he's cleaned up the army. I speak falsely. He's cleaned up the army. He's still on the doors. But there is a Dark Shrine. 4 more Zealots in the main. Okay, he has to bring this home now. Like, he doesn't need to overextend.
No, but I think he wants to. He really wants to go for this fight. He knows that there's no Storm available on that Templar. He gets a big clump. When you clump your bile, you clump the Zealots, and when the Zealots clump, the mines do insane damage. And there's a focus fire again, but this time 3 Archons and all these Archons. Time warp. No retreat possible. He gets the Nexus again, but at the cost of his entire army, and it looks just barely. Teal is going to clear up this entire army. All the Medevac's going to go down as well.
The cost of his entire army and the cost of his main Nexus, but the War Prism is going to go down.
He does lose the War Prism, yes, but oh man, what a scrappy game.
3,000 minerals in the bank. But are we going to see a brutal counterattack? Oh, there's 5 racks coming down, and there is such low bio count on the map. He needs to produce, and he needs to produce now. There's a brutal counterattack coming his way.
Is there any pylons or War Prisms in play? It's a question, and I think the answer is still no. He needs to bring up something to reinforce. At the very least, he should be able to deny this 4th base. I think this should be almost free for him.
I agree. There shouldn't be much he can do to stop this. I mean, it's unfortunate. If Spirit leans really heavily into macro, he should overwhelm him right now, but it's looking dicey.
It's a big sandwich. That's a big Storm. Nice move so far by Tio. But he's going to have to be so cost efficient. There's no way to reinforce this army, and that Templar is barely safe. Tio needs to rejoin the rest of his forces. He needs to warp in a big run of Zealots.
Man, win or lose, I'm a huge fan of Spirit. His play is utterly fearless. Look at him. He's extending across the map. 2 additional bases going down. He doesn't care. Protoss is on 2 base. I need 5.
Now, the only downside I'd say to his play is, yes, it looks very impressive. The timings were slick, but he did this attack blindly. If his opponent had been going Colossus and he'd been gone for this sort of Biomine Parade style, I'm not sure if it would have gone so well for him. Like, if you look at his scouting information, he still has no idea what's going on inside Protoss' base since 3 minutes.
Yeah, they're like realistically, if Tio had chance to stabilize, there would have been a Colossus transition in here long ago. But because of Spirit's aggression, because of his contain, he's been forced down this single path of Templar Archon. And is it going to be enough for him? He may claim this base, but even if he does, so what? There were 3 others on the map waiting for Spirit.
This is 2-1 versus 1-1. There's the 4th base going down right away. And Spirit needs to hold on with everything he's got. He's got mostly Marine composition, 2 Widow Mines out front. But Protoss with, I think, this is 3 Storms, another round of Zealots. I think Tio's just had enough. I think he's going to go for the throat, and I think he's just going to absolutely rip apart Spirit. Mines get good connections.
But that
the
Storm!
first Storm!
That Storm did such critical damage
hurt
to his
him.
own Zealots! Again!
Oh dear.
The Tinu Storm lives on.
The Tinu Storm lives on. The 2 Archons on the right taking so much damage. You really don't want that happening. Oh, that was the Storm he needed, but he needs reinforcements. And if he gets these 2 medevacs, at the very least, this was not a wasted attack. I'm pretty sure he still has at least 1 Storm remaining. 1 Templar, 72 energy. 73
I think
energy.
we may have reached the tipping point. I mean, you look at this Spirit, he has a lot of production, but none of it is on the field right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Charge Rod Archon power. When you slip on your macro for just a moment, Spirit still going predominantly Marines to try to hold this. He needs some Marauders to hold. Yes, Marauders are suboptimal against both Zealots and Archons, but they are the only hope of muscle. They're the only thing that survive more than 2 seconds in a battle, and in this sorts of engagements, you want sustainability. You don't necessarily want DPS. He charges forward the last stand of Terra. He wants to draw him into this choke, but that was a righteous Storm. That Templar just killed 14 Marines, and these Archons are just showing off the power for us. And there is no more hope now for Terra, who is desperately making 12 Marines at a time. But when everything's on top of your production, I don't think there's any way he can come out of this.
My heart is broken, man. Spirit let his macro slip. He floated 3,000 minerals, and suddenly the Protoss was breathing down his neck.
That's right. That's the other problem with these parade-style attacks. They take an insane amount of APM to make work. And right now, Spirit is probably just sitting there in disbelief, wondering how on earth he let such a huge slip happen, sniping the enemy Nexus twice, and still now his production can't.
But he's not giving up yet.
That's right. Look at all the barracks on the right.
Spirit. His name
Spirit.
is. He chose the right name. He does have Spirit. He's not giving up. He's got some.
That is right. Behind it, well, Tio now finally feels safe enough to take a 3rd base, so technically this is not an all-in. And, well, I don't think there's much left to be said. It's just cleanup mode from this point on.
This is truly heartbreaking, though. I mean, you look at Spirit now. Finally, he's got his resources under control. And if this was a different game, if those minerals were spent previously to that attack, I think we'd be seeing a completely different outcome.
Honestly, he expanded so quickly, capitalized on how much damage he did. 4 bases to 1 base Protoss. It was just a matter of spending your money efficiently and building a high quality enough army. And honestly, I'd say if you're floating that much money, just make a bunch of bunkers. What is a 1 base Protoss going to do to you? You know, there's seriously no downside to even spending 1,000 minerals on bunkers. As is, well, Charge Rod Archon marches to the east for one last battle. Waiting for them are the 3 bravest Marines I've ever seen. There are the bunkers going down.
It would be hilarious if they killed this base.
A PF, Planetary Fortress.
The last hope.
The last hope.
Rice.
But he's not going to repair it. He's going to fall back to the east, and there is a lot of production here.
Yeah,
a desperate
there are more
counterattack.
Archons than there are Marines. It's pretty over at this point.
Yeah, there is a photon cannon there, though. This drop is going to have to be deflected. And the last set of production done.
Tio, well played. Spirit, well played. I feel like Spirit, he had this game in his grasp. He was making all the right
people
moves.
just stealing this build order. Straight up, a lot of people are just going to steal this build order. Or ask for this replay, just because Spirit's opening was so strong. What?
SUV
No! No! Is he gonna save it? Second photon cannon adding in the Archon getting so many kills! And no! Ladies and gentlemen, the power of
Those
Protoss
poor
triumphs again.
SCVs. What a valiant charge, but in the end it's just not enough.
Now that's an SCV.
The Archon count
and
is
Spirit
utterly
says GG,
unstoppable.
literally down to the last base. Very well played by both players. An amazing opening by Spirit and an amazing recovery by Tio.
I will clap for Spirit. He showed a lot of tenacity. He showed a lot of bravery. He was not afraid of overcharge. He was not afraid of storm. But I mean, in the end of the day, you can't float 3,500 minerals with Chargelight Archon breathing down your neck. You need to hit your macro.
I want to say one thing about Spirit. His play reminds me of Pulse in one thing. That I don't know if you remember. There's a mech player called HT Amaru.
Yeah.
He did Ask Me Anything, and people were like, "What was it like playing against Pult? What separated Pult from all these other players he plays?" Like, he was so decisive. There was like never like a drop he sent out that like he just decided is halfway through, I'm not going to go through it, or an attack that he second guessed himself. Everything he did, he committed himself 100%. There was no doubt. It was literally commit or die. And that to me is what Spirit did. Everything he did, from sniping those nexuses to launching this sort of parade attack, no hesitation whatsoever. So I applaud you, and we are not even going to break. We'll be right back. I gotta stop cutting you off, man.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
It's really, really hard over the mic. This is why we need a webcam. If I promise to wear clothes, want to turn on your webcam?
I would if I had one.
Oh.
I don't actually own one, unfortunately.
Okay.
Maybe for the next one. That'd be pretty cool.
Okay, in a second. Alright, I'll figure something else out then, don't worry.
I would love to play if I can.
Who am I putting you up against anyways?
Mr. Penguin.
Oh, right, yeah, okay. Wrecker's going to the bathroom. I gotta look for the next two people. It's Argomatic and Waka. Oh, thank God, they're both online. We are no, don't you dare post those pictures. We are back, and we are going to be going into game number. I'm actually not sure which one this is today, but it is our first diamond one today. It is Argomatic versus Waka. Thank you so much, you two, for showing up on time. We're going to be playing on Core Hall Sky Island.
Yeah, punctuality makes Albert happy.
Yes.
Oh god, this map.
Yeah,
I think this is like the prototype.
Such a good
for
win rate on this map. I don't even know why. There's like nowhere to make a concave. And there's nobody can take a third base ever on this map. So, let me see. Spawning in the top left-hand side. Representing all things Terran, our teal Terran, it is Argomatic.
And in the bottom right-hand corner of Core Hall Sky Island, the orange Protoss, representing all things Protoss. He needs no team but his own, the lone wolf, Waka.
Look at these here positions. As you know, this goes in a way station-esque style, as in it's cross spawns only, and the two, depending on where you spawn, you get a wildly different game. So I'm really happy that they spawned in unconventional spots because I really wanted an unconventional game.
I always loved the other spots. I preferred those. This one is going to be interesting. Although, even more interesting is we're seeing a 9 scout out of Waka. He's not screwing around. He wants to know everything he can right now.
You think this could be like some sort of, I don't want to say cannon rush, but the possibility is obviously there.
And
it
could be.
off.
That would be hilarious and insane, but that's heartbreaking.
Oh no. Wait, no, let me in. No.
No, please. Please, it's cold. He's not gonna see anything. That's really sad.
This is the worst part. Is he has to go all the way around. He has to go this way. Oh.
Yeah.
This is amazing. All right.
That's actually really heartbreaking because he's gonna have the economic deficit of a 9 scout with the information of a 13 scout. Tiny details. Honestly, these players are in Diamond League, so they're not bad. They're pretty decent. They're not GM. They're not masters. So I mean, little stuff like 10 minerals, 15 minerals here or there. It's not gonna decide the game, but it's always nice to have those things in your corner. So I think maybe Waka is probably gonna open this game a little bit miffed, but it shouldn't let it affect him too much.
Well, as is, Reaper Expand, excellent choice on this map. A lot of jump spots that you actually just can't see. Like, for example, there's a Reaper elevator here, most people don't see. Another one over here, 2 ways, 3 ways to get into the base. But I don't think there's actually any way for the Reaper to jump into the main, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, is he gonna get that kill? Is he gonna get that kill? Yes, he's desperately running for
He's out for blood.
Run! Okay, it's like backs up, goes for the other SUV.
Hallowed be thy probe.
And oh, whoa, hold on. This is not normal. This is not even an expand. This is not Reaper Expand.
Please, Argomatic, cancel the barracks and go for a CC. That would be amazing. No, what? Do you think we could see multiple racks Reaper on this?
No. Oh, he cancels it. There's the cancellation. It was just misinformation about Chrono Boost.
Yes.
Yeah, Chrono Boost in the Stalker and the Cybernetics core.
Look at how safe Waka is playing. He is going Stalker and Mothership core before Nexus. Warpgate too. This is interesting. We might have little mind games going on here. I mean, Waka thinks there's a second Rax, so as I was postulating, he probably thinks there might be multiple Rax Reaper aggression. Like, this is not the map you go 2 Rax Marine Marauder, is it? Like, you don't want to wander all across the map, walk into an Immortal or a Colossus and go home and cut yourself. But I mean, right now we're just going to see a normal game with some slightly modified timings. Pretty interesting.
To be honest, all I really remember of this map is watching professional Koreans. They would just build starports here, and as soon as the Hellbats popped, 2 medevacs loaded with Hellbats would fly past each other right in the center of the map and proceed to continue for the next 3 minutes until somebody ran out of workers.
That's awesome.
That's really all I remember. It's going to be a robo follow-up by our Protoss player, so he's going to be doing standard stuff. Question is, what is our Terran fellow doing? And the answer is he's going to go for
stuff.
Looks like pull 3 racks. Yeah, pull 3 racks.
And the interesting thing to me is this might not be as unfamiliar as we think. I mean, if you look at the map layout, this is giving me flashbacks to King Sejong's station, right? I mean, the way everything is laid out, yeah. So maybe it's a little unconventional, but maybe our players won't be unfamiliar as we thought.
Alright, now this mothership core being very annoying, denying all mining.
Yeah,
right
I mean,
now.
that probe, his life was not in vain. The SCV he was taken down in the end. Public enemy number
We gotta
one.
be careful, he can't lose his core. Just reaching no-fly zone, loses a bit of health, but it shouldn't, it's not the end of the world.
But we see a warp prism coming out for Waka. What is he gonna do with that? He's got 2 gateways, he's got the early warp gate, he's going for 2 sentries, 2 stalkers. This is interesting.
Do you think he's gonna do that sort of attack where he just lands here, force fields off the army, and decimates the natural?
That would be really cool. I'd be a huge fan of that. What I'm thinking is, since this is an All Things Protoss war, he may be going for something that Gemini made a post on a while back. It was Hero versus Reality, I want to say, where Hero opens up with some interesting Warp Prism Sentry aggression and transition into Storm and Immortals. We might see that, but currently we're seeing 2 additional gateways going down. That's really interesting. You don't usually see 4 gateways. Maybe you see 3 or 4 tech. So I think we're going to see
usually see 4
really
sentries before observers?
True, you don't. That's kind of cool. I mean, they're getting into this Warp Prism, and you might be right. That's a really interesting strat to wall off that natural with force fields.
I think that's exactly 2 force fields to lock that down, right? If I'm not too mistaken.
Wow, we might be seeing some preparation here from Wonka. He's not just playing like any other game. He's studied the map.
Another question is this mothership core going to be dramatically out of position when this bio attack hits?
Yeah,
this is an attack designed to trigger overcharge. 2 Zealots gonna run in. Waka sees this happening. Okay, so he's gonna wheel the mothership core in position. No, wait, he's taking a 3rd base behind this. And the drop here is not...
The Bioforce is coming back. Oh, is he gonna go for the force field in the natural? He's warping in. He's picking up.
I'm actually kind of confused.
Force this natural command center to lift.
Or is he gonna box everything in here? Is the other question.
He's just forcing him all the way back. This is cool. I like it. And he's gonna go into Colossus play from here.
I'm curious to ask, why did he bring those 2 sentries if he wasn't going to do that sort of force field based aggression? But whatever happens, happens.
I think there weren't enough SCVs there to make it a worthwhile committal. Maybe he was considering, as I was saying about the post Gemini did, the idea is you just force field the SCVs behind the minerals, you do a little damage with a Stalker Sentry, and you lift up and get out. Maybe that's what he was considering. That would make sense to me.
And that's a big Marine Marauder army, and I imagine the medevacs will be finishing up momentarily. There they go, 42 seconds on the clock. Marine Marauder gonna just hammer right in. And the problem is, I don't think Overcharge actually reaches the center position, and if Marine Marauder positions themselves right between 2 bases, they can just take down 4 gateways with minimal effort.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the army that Waka has, he doesn't have the high DPS necessary to burn down that cooling tower if things get really difficult.
Wait, I think I know what's going to happen. He has banked so much energy, he's going to siphon an army in here and collapse the rocks.
Oh, a fast-paced force field could stop this, and no, he's in. Oh, nice time warp and force fields though. But Stim is engaged. I don't think he's got enough.
Yeah,
His army is tiny.
There's no mothership. He does cast overcharge on the
but
natural.
That's not going to save his main.
Yeah, all he needs to do is knock down these 2 pylons. If he can identify it's just 2 pylons here, there's no more backbone. He is going to just lose the game right now. Pulse the probes. There's the Gateway army from the left, and this is just looking like an incredibly one-sided engagement.
War Prism play opens up this game, but a ferocious counter may be ending it.
Yeah, that was a little bit unfortunate.
These Marines are cleaned up, but not without 14 probes going down. 15. This Marauder makes it 16.
Run! Run! Okay, run away.
And now we stand at 25 probes to 47 SCVs. Argomatic is bringing in almost 4 times worth of minerals that his opponent is. He's going to do some little counter aggression with this Warp Prism, but there's 3 Marines on it already. He may lose that Warp Prism.
What's a medevac micro? He could even kill it too.
8 HP. It survives by the skin of its teeth.
Even now, the Marino is actually going to locate this 3rd base by Waka. Put down very early. This is actually why he didn't have the units he needed. He put down this very early 3rd base.
Yeah, and he can't even mine from that. He doesn't have enough probes for 2 bases, let alone 3. And look
Or
at
one.
this. We're already up to 5 racks. There's 3 more racks on the way. 8 racks worth of production and a 3rd command center. Argomatic isn't all in, but he's not letting up on the pressure either.
Yeah, this is pull test completely. 5 racks by 10, 8 by 13. Cutting medevac production
all
just for
over the
nothing but
place.
Marine Marauder. This is so strong, so scary. And the worst part of it is, there's no easy way to counter this stuff besides outplaying your opponent. And it's very hard to outplay your opponent when you have 27 workers to his 53.
Yeah,
With meals.
in this, like, if you look at the worker and supply counts, the workers and the army are about roughly half for Waka than they are of Argomatic. And even if he has a Colossus, it's not going to make a difference. He's got 1 Colossus, 4 Sentries, an Immortal, and 2 Zealots. That army is so threadbare. I mean, maybe he can wall off these little natural segments and keep him inside of his base nice and safe. But that 3rd is forfeit. It's dead, no matter what happens right now.
I think if I was Protoss, I would just knock down these 2 rocks and cooling towers right off the bat.
I think if I was Protoss, I would leave the game.
Well, that is quite point of view.
I mean, look at this. It's 68 supply to 121. We have a very brave Colossus, but he is going to fall away as he should. That little poke into the natural didn't accomplish much, but it did ensure that that 3rd died.
So, he's got a lot of force fields, and this is the last hurrah for Protoss.
Oh.
This is the last ride of the here.
Yeah,
gonna try to make
bravery of
something
Waka, he's going for it.
happen.
And Argomatic is not going to let it happen. He's going to lose some violence.
And
some
he
decent force
slips the net.
fields, but he's just going to pull away.
Don't forget, we still have a drop to the north ready to go into the natural once overcharge wears off. And now there's nothing left at home to defend it. Protoss is slowly clawing his way back in, but Terran is just getting further and further ahead. He's even making his 3rd base a planetary.
He's completely out of position. He's going to warp himself to deal with this, and they're not going to be able to cut it. But the Colossus come home just in time.
Pew pew pew. Goodbye, medevac.
But I mean, you look at this. We have a Protoss on 2 bases. He doesn't have upgrades going except for +2. Terran has +2 on the way. He's got 8 racks worth of production. He's got a 3rd. He's got a 2nd starport churning out Vikings. This is a fantastic position for Argomatic.
Yes, it is, but I actually don't really know what to say. Like, there's not really anything Protoss can really hinge on to come back ahead. Not even upgrades. I mean,
yeah, like the only thing you could really count on for a miracle comeback is usually Storm, and that is so far away it's not even funny. He has a Twilight Council, obviously he's getting +2, but there's no Templar Archives, there's no Storm. He's still going for Colossus. Maybe he's going to cut the production and go into Storm right now. But if you look at his main, he's got a Templar Archives, but he doesn't even have enough probes to saturate his gases. He's only doing it just now. This is grim. This is really grim for Waka.
The only saving grace right now is that Argomatic chose to make his 3rd base a planetary instead of a orbital, so he's not as economically hit as he should be. Like, we see him right now at 1600. He should be around hitting the 18, 19, maybe even 2000 area.
Yeah, that's something.
That's the only saving
Waka
grace.
can be
Everything else
thankful
is
for.
downhill.
I mean,
oh dear, this is about to get even worse.
And of course, we never want to criticize a player, but Argomatic, maybe it's not a mistake. He is being a little passive. He's not overcommitting. He's not throwing away stuff he doesn't have to, and now he is moving out with a terrifying force. 185 supply of Terran death on the way.
A lot of Marauders too. I like that a lot.
29 Marauders! 29 Marauders! There's almost as many Marauders as Marines. That is going to be so beefy. It's going to demolish these Colossus. They're going to crumple like paper.
There's warp-in of 2 Templar. And mention for Archons. Archon. Do it. No, feedbacks. Nice.
Oh, he thinks there's Storm, but there isn't. Now he is clumped. This AoE is doing terrible damage, but it's not enough. The damage is utterly crushing from this Terran army.
And I do like how he chose to use the feedback, and even with a huge army advantage, Argomatic sustains terrible casualties. It is going to be enough. Waka is going to tap out. GG. All Things Terran takes another point. This has been very back and forth so far.
Yeah, you guys, you're not going down without a fight.
Woo.
What is the current score as it stands?
I think it's like 7-7 or something like that. I'm not sure.
By the way, I don't want to make anything of this, but can we just point out, Argomatic played fantastically, and he did so with 107 APM. He didn't need to play blindingly fast. He just needed good decision making, nice positioning, and decisiveness when it came to that killing blow. He didn't
And
need
a
to go crazy.
slightly bullshit map. Just slightly.
But I just want to say, I don't want to discourage Terrans out there who see that kind of game and be like, oh well, that guy's diamond. He clearly he must be playing out of his mind, right? Argomatic played great, but maybe the other Terrans out there, they can do that too.
Yes.
We weren't
Alt
seeing
style
like
is
innovation
not too
level
hard to do at
APM out of
Platinum
that.
Platinum.
He was all what that took from Argomatic. It wasn't necessarily speed, but it was intelligence. He had the right positioning. He had the right knowledge of when to drop, where, and he pulled out a win because of it.
Alright, well, when we do come back, we'll have our next game ready, so please stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we're finally back and going into our second and probably final diamond game of the day. I'm not entirely too sure. We might have one more after this, but...
I hope you do, because then I won't get to play.
Well, actually, it looks like we have 2 or 3 more.
Yay!
Oh my goodness. So many diamonds. Alright, well, it's going to be on Tal'Darim Altar. Very, very, very old map.
Don't say that. You'll make me feel old.
They've since removed the rocks at the 3rd, by the way.
Ah, man, I actually have so many good memories of this map.
I don't. Take it away.
In the bottom left-hand corner of Tal'Darim Altar, from Team Grubby Grubby, it is Anzai.
Bottom right-hand side, here to avenge his sister against the mountain. Representing all things Terran, it is Oberyn Martell. A Viper, not the King of Wings. Jesus.
Yeah, the Red Viper of Dorne. Yeah.
Correct. I think the biggest thing to make of this map, at least for Terran, is that there's no elevation distance between the main and the natural. You take a look, this is flat ground. You know, like there's no way to actually protect any sort of wall off against Protoss. A stalker's just gonna snipe what you got, so there's no way to wall off. And also, this map is very, very, I would say, actually suboptimal for Reapers. You have one jump spot.
Yeah.
And you'll get into the natural, but you won't get much further than that. So, a good SimCity, I think a Protoss should be able to deny all scouting into the main. And the main's big enough, I think you can hide some tech in an inconspicuous spot.
I would agree. But I mean, does that logic hold true for usual map logic? The idea that if something is bad for Reapers, it's also bad for Blink? I mean, you have the primary spot, but I mean, if the spot is so conspicuous, then you can guard that quite easily. I mean,
right.
It's kind of difficult. A Protoss would have to harass, say, the natural and then swing around to the main. That's going to take a hell of a long time.
I think actually you can blink into the main from here. See this? There's a very small gap, like near the waterfall area.
But I mean, that's if the Protoss is actually breached there, it's pretty rough, and we're actually seeing a second Rax.
Uh-oh.
Is he gonna 2 Rax on Tal'Darim Altar? This guy's insane.
2 Rax expanded looks like. This is a very, very, very safe build. He is not taking any chances at all.
Wait,
there's no way to wall off.
You calling 2 Rax expand?
Yes, this is 2 Rax expand. The simple. I understand the logic completely. You can't wall off. You can't wall off. He's vulnerable to a 10 gate. And if you get hit by a 10 gate, you don't really have a wall off. It's really, really, really rough to hold. So making 2 Marines at a time very early definitely is quite optimal. Otherwise, he's just doing it because it's a Wings of Liberty build, and it's a Wings of Liberty map, you know. And he's gonna get the probe.
I stand corrected. I mean, I've never seen a 2 Rax expand before, so if this is a thing, then I apologize.
Well, maybe if you watch more high-level streamers like Winter StarCraft, you would see them display more.
Yeah, you got me there. My bad.
Zealot and then Sentry?
Yeah,
I haven't seen that since Wings of Liberty. That's... Alright, you're gonna have to illuminate me on that.
3 gas and a chrono boost. Oh my god, he's chrono boosting Warp Gate. He's piling up the minerals. No. Wait,
well,
one more
it's 3 gate pressure.
One more gate.
It's 3 gate pressure with a Sentry.
Like this was the 4 gate map for PvP in Wings.
You can't lose this one too. No.
Oh wow.
Oh, that puts.
This map in Wings for PvP was live or die by your 4 gates, so I was hoping we'd see it, but no, he's going for 3 gates, and this is gonna get scouted.
Look at the Marine count. Most reactor builds give you 6 Marines at 6 minutes. It's not even 5:30. This dude has 10 Marines. He's gonna have like 14.
Does he see it though? Does he see it? He sees 1 gate. He sees 1 gate, but he doesn't.
Did he
sees no expansion. But he's got 2 bunkers. He knows this is coming. But is this gonna be enough to hold?
I think it should. It's not too bad, and he has so many Marines so early on. And yes, you sacrifice a bit of economy, but look, now he's going up to 4 barracks. gaslessly. I wonder if he'll go any higher.
Wait. Is he
Yes.
even being aggressive with this? Are we just seeing full retraction into wings mode? 3-gate expand?
I think so, yes.
Wow. And this is actually, that logic, that inverse logic is tricking Oberyn. He's built 2 bunkers. He's safe as hell, but maybe that's
They've
not what he
played
needs
before.
right now.
Take a look at this. Good GG, have fun. Try not to throw this time. So I think they're
Wow.
practice partners, or they
We're
just both
seeing our
privately agree.
own little metagame developing here between these
Yeah.
players.
4 workers pulled to prepare for an attack that is just not coming at the moment, because you usually don't 3 or 4 gate off of an expansion.
Even so, I think things are going in the favor of the Dornish player. I mean, we've got an even amount of workers. We have a supply lead. He scans, he sees there is in fact an expansion, and I think he's just going to pull those SCVs right back. There we go. I wouldn't say no to a salvaged bunker right here, but if he wants to remain in safety, I wouldn't blame him at all.
Honestly, the funny part... Oh, that's a lot of Marines. There's a salvage coming. And...
Do you think he's going to be aggressive with this? But he's
he?
pulling back. He's expecting something. Maybe blink?
Oh, he's about to hit a very, very narrow timing, because believe it or not, 26 Marines before 8 minutes is actually a really, really scary force.
I mean,
This
we're
is a
looking
lot
at,
of Marines.
we're going to have 2 overcharges, a sentry, 3 stalkers, and 2 zealots. I don't know about that.
I would cancel those obs and get the immortal. I would want an immortal right now. Like, this is so dangerous.
Well, he does have 3 gates, so he can produce units if he chooses, but he's still producing probes, he's producing an obs, he's producing +1 armor. But he sees this. He sees this with his observer.
This is pure Terran muscle. And all my 4 add-ons at a time, 2 tech labs, 2 reactors. You cannot get more old school than this. And he's gonna start stim tech labs to get stim and combat shields together. And well, look, he's just forcing in units non-stop. I think Protoss now is feeling pretty nervous, but he's just checking for a third.
I like this.
Takes the tower.
I think he sniffs that he's been discovered, and he's not going to make a commitment he's going to regret. But something that's interesting me is he's going for concussive first. He's not going for stim or combat shields.
It makes sense. He's gotten such a large army supply. Like, how would you capitalize on the army supply right now? It would be an immediate attack when
I
Protoss
would
is
agree,
powering
but
upgrades.
you look, his army is primarily consisting of Marines. He has 2 Marauders. Surely a combat shield might have been more beneficial, no?
Combat shield just takes more than twice as long to construct. Concussive shell, you pretty much start whenever. It'll be done by the time your Marauders start shooting at them. 50 seconds. 50 seconds is nothingness. Combat shield's at 110, and stim for some reason is still like 3 minutes. I don't get that at all. But whatever makes them happy, I guess.
We're seeing a 3rd base before factory or medevac, so that's interesting. This is a really muscular force, but how much longevity does it have? He's got +1
Not
on
much.
the way. But I really want to see a factory soon out of Oberyn Martell, or I fear he might be in for some trouble.
This reminds me a lot of MC going double Stargate Phoenix against Zerg. Yes, it is very strong. You are forced to adapt accordingly, but at the end of the day, making 2 Phoenixes at a time throwing against someone who's making a lot of tech units is probably not what you want to happen. And as you said, the longevity of this sort of composition without upgrades, without tech, without medevacs is very, very dangerous. But is he finally going to attack now, or is he just still posturing with his army?
His army is actually pretty scary compared to what the Protoss has right now. He's going to have 1 Colossus, and 1 Colossus is laughably not dangerous. You target it down, it crumples, and you kind of laugh and you run away, skipping into the breeze. But if he keeps this passivity up without medevacs, I think it's going to be pretty dangerous. He knows the Colossus is there. He's scanned it. He's confirmed it. So what is he doing?
No stim. No stim.
He looks like he's just going to go for it right now, right? He's swinging by. He's expecting a 3rd because he has his own 3rd CC. But he's getting 2 factories? Is that a mistake? Or does he just love factory units?
I actually have no idea what's going on anymore. I think I'm going to stop talking and watch. The army is now splitting up. No, Martell reunites his forces. This is the watchtower. He's done nothing but posture this army, and he has created a 40 supply lead. Just because Protoss can't take his 3rd base.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I think that... I was going to say that factory is a mistake, but we're seeing 2 tech labs. 2 tech labs.
Temple Archives.
Are we
He's
going
gonna
to
go for Temple Archives off of...
Well, 3
What is going
Colossus
on?
transition is reasonably standard. More modern builds are heading towards 5 Colossus, so you can survive various SCV pulls and you have a more muscular, robust army. But I think the more interesting thing here is the 2 factory tech labs. What's going on here?
Is he gonna make tanks?
There's an armory coming up. Is he going to make Thors? I mean, Oberyn Martell is known for his unconventional tactics. Maybe that's what we're seeing right now.
Senpai. I'm very lost and confused and scared right now.
The
I
armory's
don't know
finished.
what's going on. I have absolutely no idea what's going on. I think he might just go full Wings of Liberty.
We made two factory tech labs in Wings of Liberty? What the hell? And he thinks there's 2 base
Zorzane did it.
tanks.
Tanks!
Wow.
Does he have any medevacs out? Does he even have a starport?
No,
Yes,
because
it's
tanks.
building. It's here. It's
And there's
making.
there's 7 ranks. What is this?
Okay.
Oberyn, you're insane.
I actually have no idea what I'm supposed to say about this, but I will say if there was ever a map to go tanks on, it's this one. Just because you have tanks here,
Oh,
no mining.
Yeah, that's true. That's really interesting. And you were right. Through sheer posturing and just unorthodox positioning, we're heading for a 50 supply lead for Oberyn Martell.
Mm-hmm.
He's so paranoid about this 3rd base, he hasn't considered about the one to the north.
What's
He's
he gonna do
consistently
when he
scanning.
sees the tanks?
I
Like he sees
think
the red
he's-
on the minimap.
Yeah, he sees them right now, and I think, oh, he's just caught the tail end of the probe transfer. He now knows about the 3rd. This is interesting. I think he's gonna go for it.
Oh. Yeah, that's a smaller. I don't want to call that small. That's like a company of units. It's more like a platoon of infantry on the western watchtower. Yeah, they're just gonna go.
And what can
Cancel
Protoss
that
do
third
about
base.
this? If he moves a little bit forward with those tanks, there's nothing he can do. He's gonna
Right.
have an overcharge. He does have Storm. Oh.
Blair Martell looks away at the wrong moment and gets
He
a
does
very,
catch a
very
mothership
nasty
core,
storm.
and he's gonna go for probes. He's gonna go for probes. Okay.
I like that
And
decision,
this,
yeah.
oh my God, Anxiety's moving out. He's gonna take this as a time
Oh,
to be
he's gonna try to
aggressive.
break the tank
It's a
line.
siege tanks.
I don't know what to say about this. The tanks are mostly going off on charge loss. There's the big shots on the stalkers as needed. The bio comes forward, abandons the concave, but returns to the top of the hill. This is not a position you're gonna break too easily.
And wow,
Let's
we're
observe it,
actually.
too.
But I mean, we saw previously a 50 supply lead for Oberyn Martell. Now we're looking at 20. And honestly, that wasn't that devastating. He lost 5 probes in that attack, did Anxiety, but right now, Oberyn, his lead is kind of slipping away. I mean, he's got a hell of a lot of production should he choose to use it, and he's now moving into 4 additional tech labs. But I mean, you look at the upgrades, we're going to be hitting 3-3 soon versus 1-1. I think things are getting really rough for our Dornish Terran.
It is 1740. The first drop of the game is about to land right now at the Protoss 3rd. There's going to be a feedback and a lot of zealots to agree.
Oh, that's sad.
Oh,
He's actually going for Storm.
That was for Storm? I think that did more damage than the feedback would have anyways. He scans, he sees this paltry little force, mere 3 Colossus.
And somehow Anxiety has managed to sneak in Templars into Oberyn Martell's 3rd.
Oh dear. Don't notice. We're just charging. We're just gonna sit here and charge up, but at the same time, the Terran. This looks like a TVT army. This bioforce
9
is
tanks! I
constructed
mean, we don't
to
usually see
beat
tanks
mech.
in PvT, but this could be brutal.
As noted, this is the tank line that must be broken. Look at this line of tanks. And there are the brutal storms going down. Anxiety has one more storm left to cast, but it's dodged. That's an Archon. That's our get away from the
Oh
Archon.
my god. Oh no.
Get away from the Archon.
Oh god.
Okay. At the same time, these tanks
SCVs
are going to
versus
deny
Archon.
the 3rd base, and this Archon is just loving like 13 kills, 14 kills, big shots. Oh my. Okay, yeah, that's.
But Oberyn
that's...
Martell doesn't care. He
I
just
need a
says to himself,
cigarette.
that's fine. That's more supply for Army.
And these tanks are creeping and crawling a little bit closer. This could be an elevator attack. There is the elevator attack. I've never seen an elevator against photon overcharge before, so there is a first time for absolutely everything.
Meanwhile, a Warp
Meantime,
Prism
at
in
the
the
same
main.
time, yeah,
This-
there's a big drop going on. Warp Prism chewing through supply depots, and Oberon Martel desperately wheeling about south. But the attack continues. What the hell am I watching? This is amazing. And Oberon Martel now responds to the drop in the main. He should be able to even kill that War Tourism if he's diligent enough. But there are so many tanks! What the
how do you engage this?
11 tanks.
Oberon Martel, he remains unbowed, unbent, unbroken. He has lost 30 SCVs this game, and he is still alive. He is equal in supply.
Well, there's actually not that big a garrison right now. There's it looks like a big army, but the actual count of bio gear is, I think, just 30. He needs more units here. And there is a large zealot force gathering to the north. I think this is the moment where the mountain breaks the Viper. And even now, look, he lifts 2 medevacs, but he's going to see the mountain comes from the north. He's striking at the same time the Colossus coming. 11 tanks barraging down. But death coming in from all sides and anxiety, saying,
He raped those tanks, he murdered those marauders, and he killed those Marines.
Nothing left. The Viper had just lost his entire army and just showcased to everyone why you do not go for Biomech in this matchup.
Oh, a crushing engagement lead over in Martel reeling.
Ouch. And that War Prism is still alive. Still no mining at the third base. I love how he constructed his barracks in a way that, how do you say, you cannot easily break, but
I don't think it's going to be enough.
With 4 Colossus. And this is the part where Protoss starts replacing all his Zealots with Archons.
Yeah, we're looking at, wow, 3 warped in Archons.
Yeah,
that's the already 2 on the field. This army is going to be brutal.
Well, still, this is mostly Marauders. A lot of Sea Chanks. Time Warp on the tanks.
Time Warp on the tanks.
You definitely can't move now, but these are some brutal storms against the only units Terran has that really just cannot storm dodge. Oberon Martel valiantly fighting for his last life, but guess what? 4 Colossus. Don't give a crap about that, and that, I feel, is just going to be game. 170 supply to 83. Martel is running broke. No mining at the third base. The fourth base desperately shoveling money to try to fuel this war machine, but I don't think it's enough.
He put up a valiant fight. He had some fancy moves, but I think this is where he gets his head smashed in. I
think this is, yeah. Exactly.
Anxiety is showing us why Biotank hasn't been seen in Wings of Liberty.
There's some sick timing. Oh, depots. The Manor depots. He's already maxed out. And the last 2 tank siege. Mostly Marauder Force combating Charge Lot, Archon, Colossus, High Storm, and even some DTs mixed in for the hell of it. And that's going to be it. GG well played. Oberon Martel taps out.
In the end, it just wasn't enough.
It never was enough in that book. Alright, well, that was a very strange game, but I enjoyed it a lot. Without further ado, we're just going to go on a break. When we come back, we'll be in our next game. Stay tuned. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. And it is time for the Mega Man versus Eisenkram. Scores 7-6. Protoss's favor. Our, I think, final gold game of the event. So without further ado, please take it away. 7-8. My bad. How many games are left in the event? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 1, 2, 3, and then yours. So 4.
Cool.
So there's no way there's going to be a tie at all. Impossible with even number of games.
And what we'll see on merry-go-round. How do you feel about this map in TV?
I actually really don't like it, but that's not my problem.
Really?
This is like, yeah, you can't drop on it. Well, you can, but it's just really awkward because they limited the airspace. Because of mutas or something? I don't know. Damn it, Zerg. Why you did this to me? What about you? You like it?
I haven't actually played it that much. I'm really fussy when it comes to maps. I don't like the idea of scouting someone last, so I guess I'm kind of a pussy. I don't...
Wait, so do you veto all 4 players or something?
Usually, except Frost.
Okay, well, take it away.
In the top right-hand corner of merry-go-round from the clan Shaiji, it is the Mega Men, and he will be repping all things Protoss.
And in the bottom center position, representing My Insanity and Jockji, as well as Clan Wander and All Things Terran, it's a Green Terran, Eisenkram.
I'm glad you got that one.
I'm sorry, I can't hear anything you just said. Say what?
I'm glad you got that one.
I still couldn't understand the thing you're saying, but I'll take your word for it.
Not bad, huh?
Yes, I don't understand why, just you were really quiet for a second, but we'll work with it.
We're seeing another 9 scout. I just want to point out. I mean, what is it with these Protoss players we're seeing today? They're
it's a
very
best
cautious.
of 1. You're in front of a live audience. I would actually, if I was playing this, I'd probably Deplo scout. Like, I'm not getting proxy gated on stream. No way. Absolutely no way.
That would kind of suck. I guess.
Eisenkram, meanwhile, is playing max economical. Like, he's Deplo's right in the middle line. Barracks as close as he can possibly make it. And I think it's 13 scout, but not Reaper opening.
Yeah, and are we gonna see a 13 gas? Nope. Are we gonna see a 15 gas? Or are we just gonna see a 1 Rax expand?
If it was 15 gas, he would have rallied 2 gas guys there, I think. But some people choose not to. We're about to find out.
Yeah, you think so, right? But no. No, we're gonna see a 1 Rax
No, it's 15
expand.
gas. Okay. It's 15 gas.
Okay, nope, I'm a fool. So
Hold on.
what does this
Probe,
mean?
what
What
are
are
you
the
doing?
implications?
Hold on, what is this probe doing?
Well, we're seeing double
Don't
gas from the Protoss.
you dare. Don't you dare. Don't do this. Don't do this to me.
Yep.
No.
Gonna proxy?
No.
It looks like
No.
if he is going to proxy, he's gonna proxy the 3rd pylon and not the 2nd.
Alright. So, we'll just have to sit tight and wait. For the
And only
time
2 in
being,
gas, so he's not diving straight into 3 gas and going for like an absurdly fast Stargate. He's going back in actually, he's trying to get as much information as possible, and I think that'll scout the gas at least. What do we see? Like, what are the implications of 15 gas?
you can do a mine drop. You can do 3 racks. It's the exact same thing as Reaper Expand, except you get 2 Marines instead of 1 Reaper. Those are the only implications. No other difference.
Okay.
Even the timings are similar. 2 Marines take 50 seconds, a Reaper takes 45. And right after they start a reactor. So there's pretty much no difference. And for now, this probe has unfortunately been shooed away, and the way he's moving that probe down, gonna be an expansion play. Fancy rally work. Oh,
Eisenkram might be able to deny this if he wants.
I'm worker.
He sees the probe there.
But he's like, yeah, is he gonna build it? He might build it. He built it. Oh, he went there. There's the zealot in production.
This is so annoying. I've been in this position where he's just gonna go. Fuck it, 3 gates. He's going for it. He doesn't care. He doesn't care, Albert. He's got a proxy probe on the map. He's got warp gate coming. He's adding another gate. He's adding another gate.
This is why I always build a bunker after I do this.
Well, yeah, I've had
You don't
times where
take
you
chances.
eBay block me and it just forces out a Stargate just because I'm so pissed and I feel like I have to reclaim some tempo. I'm just like, Oracle, you make it eBay, you reap the whirlwind.
and then you realize the engineering bay has been finished. Oh,
That would be brutal. But this is just awful. And wow, the additional gates, they've been scouted by Eisenkram. He knows it's coming. He's going to build a bunker. He's going for 2 additional racks, my bad, and an early factory. Really early factory.
Now this is a Jakchi build. Well, it should be a Jakchi build. It's obviously a little bit suboptimal in some respects, but Jakchi likes to get high barracks counts and engineering bay. He always upgrades by a bit, but he gives himself the option to have Widow Mines much earlier than a normal Terran player while getting medevacs out at 10 minutes. And the result is super safe. Wow, he didn't... Oh, no, he did not cancel it. That is a damn shame.
I mean, I was going to feel very insane and kind of silly for for asking if we may be able to see defensive tanks, considering he scouted those additional gateways. I mean,
know,
what do you think?
No, I don't think that would be it. Just making a few naked Widow Mines is sufficient, I think, to keep yourself safe. Like, 650 is when normally Terrans would start a factory, but this guy has it done. Like, this is pretty nice. Best of all, I think, if he doesn't feel safe at all, you just keep making mines. There's absolutely nothing wrong with making a few mines.
And we're gonna see 3 gates and blink coming out of our Protoss player. This is interesting. But and a Robo as well, so he's not going for a full committal. He is going to get some tech behind this. He's not going to straight play for the mid game.
The question is, how did he know? Look at this instinct right away.
Well, he did. He had scouted the 2 additional gates before the Nexus.
Right, but
so he knew
didn't
that some
see
aggression
blink
was there potentially.
Hmm.
I mean, maybe he's just afraid of blink. I think that's a reasonable fear for him to have.
Possible, yes. Probe planted out somewhat conservatively in his front door. Gonna alert him if any stalkers trying crazy stuff. I think there's only 1 blink entrance in the main, which is right here, but there is 2 ways into natural and the main ramp. So this is, I would still say this is a pretty easy map to defend blink on.
Yeah.
It's not like Daedalus. You know, it's definitely doable. And this zealot might run in range of this mine. No,
we might not even need to see a blink defense. I mean, he's going for a Robo Bay and additional gates.
Hmm.
And the Mega Men has actually scouted the additional bunker, so he might not even be aggressive at all. I think Eisenkram here has been kind of psyched out. I mean, he's supply blocked, he's floating a little bit of minerals, maybe the nerves are getting to him.
It happens. I know getting supply block happens to me all the time. I'm not even nervous, I'm just bad. Cool.
No, I think he saw the additional gates, he felt there's some aggression on the way, and he played suitably defensively in response to that read. But right now, we're just seeing Mega Men just move into a normal macro game. He's going for Colossus, getting a Forge finally, and he's just macroing up.
Well, for now, not much else to take note of. We're gonna see totally normal stuff from both players, and with the Jakchi build, you should have medevacs around 10 minutes, and we do see that, yes, our Terran friend is going to have 2 medevacs out around the 10:30 mark, with Stim, and 1-1 complete, hopefully. Wait, where's Stim? Oh no, he forgot Stim! Oh,
he has no
dear.
Stim or combat shield. This could be slightly awkward.
This is a little bit more than awkward. This is the part where I bite my nails nervously and really hope Protoss does not take a 2-point lead in the subreddit war. Eisenkram, please. Oh, okay, he starts the Stim. There's Stim. 3 minutes on the clock for Stim. Definitely could be worse.
I mean, the only one thing in his favor right now, he is completing a 3rd command center. So the Stim, it's okay. Like, it's not great, but he's not looking to be completely aggressive right now. Maybe he's just for his 3rd base, which you can't do with these additional barracks that are coming up now.
I absolutely love how he is choosing to put these mines defensively, but I would love to see him try to at least take the watchtower and post a marine at each one of these 3rd bases. It's so important to know when Protoss takes their 3rd base.
Yeah, absolutely, I would agree. He needs that information. I mean, is the Protoss even going for a 3rd base? That's a question that always has to be on the Terran's mind. I mean, we're seeing some interesting army movement out of Mega Men right now. He's in between what would be the natural and the 3rd. That might indicate aggression, it might indicate posturing for a 3rd base, and the probe is going out, so he is going to take that 3rd?
So now I have to ask you the question. Besides obviously seeing the army coming across the map, what is a good way for a Terran player to know if Protoss is going to commit to a two-base timing, or if he's going to do a safe third base?
You need to first of all look for the upgrades. So I mean, the interesting thing here is there's no upgrades. So far that +1 weapons is going to finish in 10 seconds. So to someone who's looking at these units, maybe clicking on them, he sees no upgrades and he sees gateway units and Colossus. He might think there's aggression. I mean, you look if you want to get really high level, you start looking at the nexuses, seeing if they're still producing probes, and we are seeing 42 probes. He's approaching saturation for two bases. He's going for charge. He does have a forge, so he has the elements for a long game. So I mean, the Terran looking at this might be fooled, but of course there's no third base. As you mentioned, Marines in position there to scout that would have been ideal. But I mean, it looks like he wants to be aggressive. He's putting these pylons out on the map that could be potential warping points. Not getting a third base, and every moment he doesn't get that third base is actually going to tip the game in Eisenkram's favor, as the macro just kind of spins out of control.
Well, I absolutely love this. Sensor Tower is seriously one of the best buildings you can get in TVP. I really do think more people should get it. It's minimal cost, anyways. 100 minerals, 100 gas. Yes.
I mean, I know we've got observers and they're great, but if I could have sensor towers, I'd make one every game.
Yeah, sure. Very, very cheap. And for now, we do see Mega Man, as you predicted, is going to be posturing aggressively in the center of the map. And normally, I would advise against this. But
I
in this
like
case,
that he's moving, like he knows there's a sensor tower, so maybe he thinks the Terran is being defensive. But one thing that he might be doing is trying to posture aggressively to secure that third base, make the Terran go defensive, make him scramble to defend, rather than think about putting pressure on him. Like Eisenkram is playing kind of passive, so if he sees this army heading into the sensor tower, he's not going to think about attacking a third base. He's going to think about rushing to defend his third, and if he doesn't, he could be in a lot of trouble. I think he's going to lose it.
Oh, no shields. No combat shields against Third Colossus. I don't see a very easy way for him to hold. Well, I think he is at least... They're even on upgrades. He needs to take a really, really good concave and try to make something happen. But as of right now, down to third base for essentially for free. What am I not going to go off? And Eisenkram's had enough. He's in full pursuit. Four goes down. Oh, if he loses the Colossus right now, that could change this game right away.
Firing by Eisenkram.
Oh, not number two, not number two. Only one Colossus. It's just Stalkers against one Colossus. It's just Stalkers against Bio, and suddenly this game has shifted so heavily in favor of Eisenkram, who's up 30 supply. Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic decision making to go just then as soon as he's lost that third. He knows that he had to make something happen, and he did.
Yeah, there's something happening, alright. There's 4 Vikings against 1 Colossus, and I don't think there's... No, Blink is ready, thankfully. That is the saving grace. And Mega Man warping in nothing but Stalkers.
Does he sense blood in the water? Does he push? I would love to see a further push from Eisenkram. Did he notice that he killed the Mothership Core? There's no Mothership Core, there's no overcharge. I think he can do it.
Alright, well, I think this is going to be the final push. Like, I don't see any way of Protoss holding with almost purely Stalkers. He does augment the army with 6 Zealots, but I don't know if it's going to be enough, especially if they're trapped somewhere in the back. 4 Colossus swooping in, gonna start target firing down that Colossus, and this is the moment.
The fray, though. This might be what Mega Man needs.
Oh,
again, the target fire is just too.
He targets fire, yeah, and that just has to be it. There's no more AoE. It's just pure muscle. Eisenkram muscling his way right into the natural 25 probe seed to expire. GG called. Mega Man tapping out, and Eisenkram takes another point.
Like, we usually talk about that kind of counterattack coming from Protoss once a Nexus has been sniped, but to see a Terran do that, that was really great. I really like that.
That was very, very impressive. So, very well played to both players, and thank you very much, Terran, for tying it up again. The score is now 8-8. Both sides dead even. 3 games left of the day. 4. 3? 4. Something. I don't know. We'll work it out. Alright, we're gonna go on a quick break while I get another caster. We will be right back. Alex is to go away for a little bit. Here. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally back. And we are going to be going into a game between two Platinums on Star Station. Won the last few games of the event. 8-8, both races dead even. Let's see what these guys got.
Ooh, Star Station. Like horrible memories.
Dude, this is like the best Doom Drop map. Oh my god, you could just put everything into medevacs and put it all into the other person's base. You didn't even need a micro.
Not even that, the 2x Reaper builds.
Oh yeah, oh no, forget 2, I did 5. That was so good.
But, 2 is just for pansies and lightweights.
Yeah, alright, well,
Gotta go to
spawning in the top left-hand side. Representing all things Terran and CM Storm's Pulse, it is Pantheris.
Bottom right, spawning for CJ Entis is Cyclone B. That's an awesome name on the side now.
And his Reddit name's currently on fire, which may make Google even harder. So, without further ado, let's take a look at the map. Do you remember about Star Station TVP besides the obvious blink jokes?
This is the second version of this map. I like how they were like, let's have new maps. And then they literally just take a map and take off 2 bases. It's like, haha. This is
Less
brand
is
new.
more. Less is now more. You're like,
Yeah.
thanks, I guess. I don't know what you're supposed to say to that, but like you can see, like if you look at the mini map, it's very obvious this was not originally designed this way. There's so much dead space.
Yeah.
Incredible amount.
This map, this is a Wings of Liberty map, so you get some interesting balanced transitions to HOTS. So yeah, you're saying Blink, dear God, Blink is gorgeous on this map, but in the same breath, Reapers are really good, drops are really good, and this third's going to be super hard to take if the game gets to that point for the Protoss player.
Alright, well, besides the difficulty of taking a third, which is critical in TVP, what do you think about mid-game aggression? How do you think about, let's say, drops, or bio run-bys, or warpins?
Well, drops are always going to be good on a map with this big of a main. There's
Right.
just so many places to, drop off and stim in. It's like, oh crap, there's units there. And then, with the third, it's really wide open, and any third that shares a cliff with the main base can, provide lots of problems for Protoss.
And what do you mean by lots of problems?
Because you can always attack the third, and when the army comes all the way around, go and drop into the main.
Okay, I suppose that is a very valid concern, and we do see it is going to be a Reaper play from the Terran player, and on the other side of things, well, Protoss is choosing to, looks like single gas, probably a gateway expand. Agree, disagree?
That's what we're kind of looking at. A big tell is going to be what this gas coming off. So there's not going to be any kind of factory follow-up for the Terran players. It's going to be a standard Reaper expand. The CC should be going down shortly.
Okay then, hold on, I just got to change your volume a bit. You're running a bit quieter than expected. Say something?
Hi!
Hi, okay, perfect. Now that we're back into that, it's going to be, interestingly enough, CC high ground, immediate reactor, depot to follow, and the way that she's pulled out of gas, I'm going to say that this is probably going to be a 3 racks build, the most popular of all the builds we've seen so far this weekend, and rightfully so, I think. It's so versatile.
In the meantime, we have a little variation by the Protoss player. We're getting a faster second gas. So this could be a lot of things, to be honest. Fast tech of some kind, probably. Or even pressure, as he's moving his zealot across the map.
And the core and stalker to follow too. How's this stalker rally to the natural? So maybe expansion, but getting these 3 military units and warp gate before the Nexus is definitely unconventional, and to me it feels like it should be a poke, but this core is not going very aggressively at all.
I mean, at the same time, this is one of the few times you're like, hey look, CC on the high ground. What's he gonna poke at,
You're right, this is like a
can,
perfect blind counter.
You can go for the free depots, which are pretty free. But aside from that, it's kind of what you're looking at.
And the reactor is very, very painful to lose. It's
we
the
have
only
a
thing.
robo.
Huh?
So this could be like a mortal bust of some kind or something. Or he's just terrified by the fact that the Terran hasn't taken the CC yet.
That is possible. Once he sees his CC, he very well may just cancel a gateway and go for an expansion. It's hard to tell. It's very hard for Protoss to scout without the observer when there's already a wall off. Some people opt to use their core, but we see Zyklon is choosing to be a little bit safer, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that in such a risky best of one.
Yeah, and the Nexus goes down. It's a little delayed. He's probably going to feel that as the games go on a little bit, but you know, you should be fine.
Alright, well, Reaper darts in, and this is such a risky move. Goes right through the mineral line, sees everything he really needs to see, and this Reaper should be dead, except there is the final shot.
So that's it.
Really bad for the Terran player, isn't that Reaper?
And the Immortal start. So we could be looking at an Immortal bust still.
Off of only 2 gateways, though, it will
well,
be a bit
you're going to
dense.
add the gateways after you get the Immortal count up.
Really? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yep, it's
So
all
that
about
works.
building the Immortals, and then pop. You get the Sentries and the Zealots up. Or this could be like a safety measure. But Immortal Bus isn't something you hold with one bunker. So we'll see if that comes.
It is something you can hold though with hard stem timing, which is what it is starting to look like. You note the lack of engineering bay and factories, stem shields together, a lot of marauders. She may very well be going for a very, very powerful attack very soon.
Yeah, I mean, if this is a defensive Immortal, which it's starting to look more and more like it by the lack of sentries, this will actually help a lot for this attack. Immortals are really powerful before Medivacs.
Even with Medivacs in some circumstances, to be honest. Well, there's the Bioforce moving out. Very, very crisp timing. Yeah. So there should be nothing but straight chronoing of the gateways, and I think just retreating a bit more inwards, still in range to, you know, how you say, force field that ramp, but letting the Nexus take most of the fire is ideal.
Even with this position, you have that small choke between the ramp and the Nexus, so it's really going to come down to the force fields. He definitely has the units to hold this if he executes properly.
The question is Pantheris just going to focus down the natural Nexus? I mean, it's technically possible with 3 Marauders, but it's going to be very difficult. And there's the big stim in, and right away, no hesitation, goes for the army. The force fields are pretty good, but the Concave Bio is still established, and the Mothership Core is going to go down. The Immortal's already dead, and at the very least, all these gateway units are going to have to be traded out, and then second Immortal here to seal the deal for a Protoss player. Both sides very bloodied, but I think that Protoss came out a bit on top simply because that he's progressed further in tech right now.
You have to be really careful about that. Those force fields actually missed the mark. They must push them away from everything to get the frozen overdrive. It didn't work. Losing that Immortal and losing those early sentries is a really big hurt on a Protoss player. So it's hard to definitely cap the Terran out here.
Well, once overcharge wears off, this next wave of units stimming in could just end the game.
Yeah,
like,
this
is really, really dangerous.
The Mothership Core did die, and usually you would have a second overcharge for the second wave of this push.
There is a Colossus though. There is going to be a Colossus. No range anywhere nearby, so it's going to be vulnerable to Marauders. But one Colossus could make the deal, and this Observer sees it. Oh, more overcharge. No more overcharge. And Pantheris senses blood. She moves in with a lot of bio. There's another big stim right away, and not even going to bother. And there is the stutter step. Concussive shell's kicked in by now. But the Colossus now joins the fray, and the target fire on the Immortal. There's so much Terran muscle. More probes need to be pulled. Right now, the Colossus does go down. The last 3 Zealots, the only military units remaining, and another stim should be used right about now, I think. But, no, still playing it very, very conservatively. It is Pantheris. A lot of Marauders, not too good against Zealots, and I think she should just keep microing. There's nothing to be lost if you could spare the APM for it.
Yeah, that Colossus was really not worth his weight, and the Immortal fell too fast. So this is going to be really hard for Protoss to hold. We still have a Colossi coming instead of an Immortal. And we have no Mothership Core being rebuilt, but you know it's just coming up, so it's not going to be a photon overcharge for a long time.
Double forge for no gas for upgrades.
Ooh,
nice force field.
So close to being wonderful. If this whole wall off the Zealots could have
done just one more.
Just one more. But these Marauders are just going to slowly pick off things for free.
Marauders are decent against sentries, and I think this might be the breaking point with Medivacs joining the fray and more units non-stop being paraded. 30 supply out. Pantheris Looking pretty solid right about now.
The
Even a
true
third command
breaking,
center finish.
yeah, that's the true breaking point. The third going down behind all this, he's being forced to pull probes, and it's just gonna kite. Stem comes down. The Colossi company might be able to clean this up with the probes behind it.
That's a lot of probes dying right now.
The Mars are desperately trying to get around the probes to get to that Colossi, but that was just like 30, 40 probes. I mean, that's gonna kind of spell the game.
And Pantheris is more than happy to trade bio health for a bit of probes. And Zyklon, you can't lose that Colossus. That's the only anchor you have right now. He does retreat it, but still, without Thermal Lance, it's going to be a very, very difficult hold. And, well, the trickle is a little bit too thin. There's more medevacs than actual units. Add-on still kicking in to make up for 6 barracks production. Pantheris has floated a little bit behind all the micro, but I still think that she's in a dominant state right now in the game.
Yeah, like the damage is done. She no longer has to like kill. You know, she killed a lot of probes and has the third up. She can even back up and play defensive, but it looks like she's not going to drop out the pressure. It's the next wave of bio with medevacs is sitting and waiting.
The unfortunate scan is the only scan the area where you just don't see anything right before the observer and right before the army too. So 2 force fields are going to be the saving grace of this army because they're going to go in right for that Colossus, but the force fields are pretty good.
Force fields are pretty good.
Yeah, that was very nice defense. Cyclone B is not going out without a huge fight.
Actually surprised that she's still hammering up the front instead of, you know, abusing the drop space on this map when she has enough medevacs to lift her entire army twice. Right.
Well, and mines being included too. Now, what do you think about mines against a Colossus player?
But it really comes down to the zealot count. And right now, the zealot count's actually pretty high, so yeah, they're pretty good.
Okay, I never thought of that before. Instead of valuing it between Templar and Colossus, is against zealots. Okay.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's what they're there to kill.
That is true. As of right now, the upgrades are about to be even for both players. I think it is 1-1 in favor of Terran for now. But she will be starting +2 armor momentarily, I imagine, once she gets minerals to do so. And, oh god, the amount of bio that's just spitting across.
That medevac cloud is scary. It's like every Marauder has a medevac, and here it goes. Oh, that might have been an accident. No, we got a drop going on too.
Yeah, there's the first drop going on, but at the same time, there's a War Prism going in the top right center of the map. Going to be going for some SCVs, I imagine.
You have the pre-burrow mines, so you can try to...
Oh, there's the attack at the front. Attack at the front. Oh, those are really nice force fields. Ouch. And the Widow Mine doing so much damage to the bio. No more bio left for Pantheris at the first position, but the second area, Pantheris is dropped, being repelled by 2 Zealots. The Colossus is about to step into range, and is Zyklon B slowly coming back into this game?
So this was the first push that Zyklon held really well. That was very cost effective for him. Honestly, the amount of bio that Pantheris is pushing with is really low. She kind of needs to wait and build the bio up before pushing into, you know, Colossi and really good force fields that time around.
Getting very, very close to getting maxed out, but still, I think producing workers is the flaw. She's at 74 workers and still going. Whoa. She needs to stop. This army is getting way too diluted.
I mean, unless you pull the SCVs, then you're good, right?
Yes, sure, but there is another drop going down.
Good evening,
and now we're
ladies and
oh
gentlemen.
My god, fucking Tyson. Ah, shit. Sorry. Casting a game, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That was like the voice of a god. It's like, holy crap.
That scared the hell out of me. Alright. Well, coming in right now, he's starting... That just scared the hell out of me. Jesus Christ.
Robot from freaking hell.
So should I be quiet when you are casting?
Please. Yes, please. Okay. You can talk in a few minutes. Pantheris right now still up 60 supply. The Viking count is getting to a point where she can begin to contest 2 Colossus, especially one that's so damaged. But that's a lot of force fields still locked in. I would not feel too comfortable fighting. It
just comes out with the amount of bio. Like the last push had no bio. It's like all medevacs. You know, they're great, fun units, but something does have to be damaged at some point.
It's still going up to 77 workers. 4th base established, sensor tower with a planetary fortress. Should be a rather simple defense to do.
Now this push.
Now this, is going to be very, very scary.
Does she see the 3rd?
She has to know it's there. No, she's just gonna barrel right in. No concave needed. The supply deficit is massive. The Colossus immediately just evaporating. Still 2 firing, but the Vikings are slowly focused firing. There's one going down right now, and Bile bullying in from the right. But a Zealot Warpin in the rear, gonna catch a lot of these units off guard. The Widow Mines do finally bury, and there are the connections needed. Loses all the Zealots, and now it's just Bile. 174 supply to 61. Desperate Warpins by Zikla, nowhere to be found, and the Natural is just gonna die right now.
And with this medevac cloud, no like small amount of zealots are gonna actually dent these marauders.
Look at how many units are just being rallied right now. A long trail of yellow going diagonal across the map. GG is called. Pantheris takes the 9th victory, I believe, for all things.
And that's actually a lead that's building up. This makes me sad. I don't want my game to have to count for anything.
Alright, well, it looks like the main caster's back, so you have to go. I'm sorry, Senpai.
It's fine.
Alright, man. Thank you so much for filling in.
No problem.
Alright, see you in a bit.
User left your channel.
Alright,
User
Tyson,
joined your channel.
Schizo, if you want to watch, it's here. Hold on.
Yeah, gimme.
Gimme.
Channel switched.
69. Chicken and waffles.
5 and 5 seconds. Remember, 10 seconds between player introductions, okay? 10 full seconds. Alright, here we go. We're back, ladies and gentlemen, and we are going to go into the last time game of the day. Score is currently 9-8. Terran's favored. We have a chance of winning one for once, believe it or not. I'm so turned on right now.
Up Terran, please.
We can do it. We
Don't
can
need
do
to
it.
throw. We're going
Unfortunately,
to throw.
this is a really, really good Protoss map.
I don't remember this map. All I know is that it was funny.
Dog, I'm gonna tell right. First of all, your natural is exposed from the high ground. All right, if that doesn't tell you something.
Oh damn. I remember this map.
Now you remember. Oh my god. All right, spawning in the bottom left-hand side, representing all things Protoss. He was my co-caster and my good friend Alex. He's also part of the clan and loves your Shawashika. It is Fist Beast. And in the top left-hand side, representing INAP69, All Things Terran, and Team Liquid, it is Chicken and Waffles. Alright, so like I said before, your choice of natural is actually really restricted because you got these rocks. So you have to take this natural, which is unfortunately vulnerable to blink stalkers from here. Woo!
Well,
Woo!
to call it a natural would be a bit of a stretch. I feel like this map gives you one natural base, the one you start with. The depot placement's obviously going to be a little awkward. Everywhere you put it, it's not really blocking anything.
This is the best map of all time.
I know. And I mean, I can't help to get my eyes off this clan tag down here in the bottom left. Who is that masked man do I see at the bottom?
That was the worst picture of me ever. Oh my god.
Oh no, there were worse ones.
Oh my god.
I don't know if you saw them all.
Oh my god.
You will say that a few of them were not safe for work. Meanwhile, up here, someone's attempting to do something normal on this map, which is obviously not recommended. For your
Who's
health.
doing something normal?
Chicken and waffles.
Chicken and
Love that
Waffles
name.
is doing Reaper Expand, and believe it or not, this map is actually impossible to stop Reaper scouting on.
Okay, so to the left you have this cliff, and to the right, well, there's just a lot of room. And yeah, he's already got a pylon to restrict some movement, but I feel like it's just a token effort. It's not happening. I'm trying to make it happen.
Well,
But regardless, expanding's gonna probably suck. I'll be surprised if our toss buddy doesn't go something mildly aggressive, simply because holding a second base is near
I don't see
impossible,
any
I would think.
downside to going Blinkstalker on this map, to be honest. But
You could do some pretty fancy stuff.
where is this probe going? Is he looking for his natural? He's very confused.
Awesome. He doesn't know where to go.
I don't know what's going on. This
Could
map
possibly-
produced some great games in Wings of
Oh,
Riverdale,
man.
but I have a feeling that this is going to produce a terrible game.
Just no one knows what to do. You just look at this and you're just like, what? First instinct is just, okay, I guess this is my natural.
Alright, well, Chicken and Waffles jump the wall. And Reaper's actually going to give him some great map control.
A lot of places to jump. A lot of little ridges. I was thinking you could just, like, on the ridge above the Terran natural, just put stalkers there and just shoot at
Oh
CVs
no!
from there.
Oh no, he loses the
Wait,
Reaper!
whoa!
Oh, he lost his Reaper. Oh,
He didn't even kill a
no.
probe, did he?
No, he did not, unfortunately.
Which one
Nice
got the kill?
SimCity there. I'm probably the one that got the
Aw.
shit kicked out of it.
No, that
One of these.
that one didn't get the glorious kill. This little bastard over here took the glory for himself.
There he is, the one kill
Drawing on the
pro.
weak.
And
Then there's the Twilight
Honorable Zelda. Oh, there is the Twilight Council. It is indeed going to be a blink-based attack. And the question is, how do you hold this? Like, if I was Terran, I would honestly just get, like, a siege tank here. Like, you must get a siege tank. Without the siege tank, there's no way you're going to hold your natural. No way at all.
Well, you see, even if you just hop back up in here, there's still two really easy avenues to go in from. I mean, you still have the
Right.
top ridge over here. You can always just blast down the rocks as well. Or you could come in from the side of the natural on the ridge, or you can just come in through the front door. So honestly, I think it's just give up the natural. Just don't even try there, and then maybe get a tank. I don't think there's just too much room.
Yeah, this is very optimistic if you want to hold on to the natural, I feel. I honestly would have gone
Hey,
for like some sort of one base play, because these are really big bases and it's very easy to bypass overcharge. Like, you could do some crazy one base stuff on this map.
I mean, at the very least, you could keep him on one base. And because he's not defending this, I mean, come on. Pops one overcharges, like, this doesn't even slow you down if you're doing some sort of like mind drop for a Banshee or whatever. Just overcharges natural and you just go halfway across the world back over here.
I honestly think like my choice for this game would have been against the expanding Protoss to do a one base tank drop here.
That could work. I mean,
Yeah, there's no way you're going to mine from that. What are you going to do? Send up the mothership core?
oh wait, yeah, you have the tank range, so you can actually just shoot the probes.
Exactly,
Overcharge
and
wouldn't even be a factor. You only need to bring along like 2 or 3 Marines just to keep the mothership core off your...
Exactly. You can even build the turret there if you want it, and behind it you expand. That would have been my choice. But for now, it's looking like Fist Beast is going to maintain map control.
4 gates are finally going up. Are these 4 gates? Yeah.
Yeah.
Gonna hurt.
Blink.
It'll be okay though.
Months away from done. Oh,
Now on the bright
God.
side, if he does survive this, these 2 gates are gonna be really easy to pick off with dropships. You can just...
Oh dear, Quabby.
Totally me. Okay, yeah, I'm back. It's okay.
That's you.
A
That's
potato
okay.
net.
We still love you. He's gonna need to bring this mothership core along if he wants to get up there and start harassing this natural.
Could just kill the rocks. The double rocks, though. Oh. Oh wow, I didn't even think about the double rocks. You can just walk there. He doesn't even have to blink.
No, you can blink over those double rocks.
Oh, you can do that too. Oh, wouldn't that take 2 blinks though? Or is that too short range? Or is it long range?
Yeah, that's balanced, by the way. 2 blinks. Oh my goodness.
Oh, yeah. Alright, I think he's just gonna blink up on the ridge and go from there. Marines are moving him forward. I don't think he's seen the blink yet.
Oh boy, this is gonna be really awkward.
not.
Mining in that natural is about to be shut down completely. But there's no overcharge at home. He's gonna have to recall. If he doesn't recall, he might just lose the game. And here comes that Marine ball, and at the same time...
Oh no,
there's a missile turret.
no!
He's not looking! He's not looking! He
Don't
could
do
just
it.
lose the... moments. Absolute moments.
Cover.
No mining. No mining, but guess what? No natural for Protoss. Protoss needs to recall home immediately. The core with 12 hit points wants to get there, but somehow Terran has come out on top with his counterattack. There's the blink downwards.
Yeah, that's pretty ballsy. There isn't much at home, but... Did he lose again? He's gonna lose it? No, where'd he go?
He lost the core and SCV pulled. Guess what? Counter Stalkers. The answer is actually SCVs. And the bio swinging from the south. Fist Beast wants to retreat to the south, but guess what? It's on trap. Murray Marauder crushing through, and Fist Beast's chances of victory getting slimmer and slimmer. I think he needs to put out a Dark Shrine right now.
Yep. Pretty much.
I don't see
There really isn't much he can do. Alright, he's gonna build the natural back up. He still has a lot of probes. I mean, he didn't actually lose any probes. He's still up 14 probes, which doesn't do very much good when you're down a Nexus, but...
Alright, well, there is a Warp Prism attack coming in on the south-hand side, which is the western side, which is very, very good for our Protoss player.
Putting in some more. He's got a couple wayward stalkers just hanging out. They don't know what to do at this point.
I want to blink up at the chorus and I want to defend the natural, but there's no natural, and I really want to attack, but... Well,
there's 2 of us.
There's 2, and he's broke. He's flat out broke. That Zealot counterattack that killed a few workers costs 300 minerals, which he's going to need to rebuild this Nexus, because it is going to get cancelled right now.
It's going to die again, yes. But actually, yeah, you need to cancel it. And
cancellation. Not the core again! Not again!
Not again!
Oh, no.
Oh,
the core goes out. Oh, this is a firing line. Oh my goodness.
For the dropships. It's actually getting pretty stemmed up. Might actually have some massive hero probes. He stems again. Or just units. I mean, he just
canceled 3 gateways, and now poor Fist Beast down to 1 active gateway, 1 Nexus. These units have to run for the lives. They're all at 5 health. This Stalker is about to get like 22 kills.
Wait, oh, I don't think he landed his starport properly. Oh, that's gotta hurt. Like, okay, where are my medevacs?
I like this a lot. Look at him. He's building turrets, bunkers. He knows all he needs to do is survive. He knows how wildly ahead he is.
He actually has a worker lead again, so he actually really can capitalize on being up a base, as well as having a massive army. But he's not going to drill it. He's just going to hang out for a bit.
I think just putting 1 or 2 stalkers up there would have done a world of good, to be honest.
Just a couple. I mean, having 4 or 5 up there doesn't really matter, because like only 2 or 3 can shoot at a time. Because it's you're pretty much at the edge of your raid. edge of your range if you're up here. So you
Right.
can pretty much just leave 2 and then just blink home and then defend with overcharge and time warp and stalkers.
Right.
Then he just got caught and lost all of them, which is just it went about as
Very,
bad
very
as it could have
unfortunate. Yeah. That missile
you
turret.
get a dark
That. I don't see it.
No,
if you
oh,
do.
come on, what are you?
Going for
Getting
Colossus. So much honor.
I probably would have preferred Templar. Better when you're behind, I think. You have
Yeah,
more
I think
potential
so.
for-
Colossus are still like a mathematical certainty, where Templars are the wild card. They're like throwing the dice. 2 good storms, you're back in this game.
like tanks versus mines, except to a greater extent.
Sure. 2 zealots can be warped in, dropped off after natural.
Oh, come
or
on.
the main.
Waits for it
But
to
this is
finish and just
Moscow.
comes in and just 2 down. Set
And
it up
that's
for
gonna
this.
be it. GG will play chicken waffles. Just crushed my co-caster.
Kicking and wall.
Very, very
That
well
was.
played. That could have gone way worse. I'm gonna be honest here. Yeah, that should do it. And yeah, so now we go back to the other caster room. Thank you so much, North Quad, for joining me for the cast. And we're gonna go on a quick break. When we go back, we're probably gonna see North Quad play. So peace. Probably.
User disconnected from your channel. Switched. User joined your channel. User joined your channel.
Alright, that could have gone worse.
Or who?
Everybody involved.
That was
The strategy
pretty
was
awful.
good. Yeah, it was. He just attacked at a really unfortunate time for you. That's all it was. The score's 10-9. Yeah. Next on the list is. Let's see. Oh shit! It is North Quab and Wildrum. You ready to?
Okay, I guess we are live. Alright, everybody, we're back for the final game. It is going to be on Frost between the two casters that came before, Drumhead and Northclap. Without further ado, we're going to step into our first game. Ladies and gentlemen, please a hand of applause for these two men. We're about to give you an interesting game.
Wait, if this is the final game and it's a 9, what if we tie?
You and me have a dick measuring contest. And then
No,
Protoss wins.
we should play, but as reverse race. I think that
Dude, you'll kill me! I'm terrible at Protoss.
But it's Protoss.
Alright, take it away.
In the bottom left-hand corner of Frost, representing Core, it is Drumhead, also known as Will Drum for Food.
In the top left-hand side, representing all things Terran and CT6, it is my good friend, Northclap!
So much good shit.
What are you talking about? Alright, well, you sound retarded, by the way. I don't even want to know what I sound like. Western Wolves? I actually didn't know he was a fan of Western Wolves, so we'll just have to see how this all works out.
Yeah, it's an interesting one to be a fan of.
Who's on Western Wolves besides Mara?
I don't know. I thought Mara was on prop.
Oh, well, I guess I don't know anything about Western Wolves at all, then. Oh, well, besides that, we do see Northclap, as he said, he is going to be going for 2-port Banshee, and even told Wooldrum this. So, I'm actually kind of curious to see how Wooldrum's going to react. If he's even going to play a stand-up game, or he's going to do some sort of Phoenix Rush. I actually have absolutely no idea. Like, he proxies a Stargate and gets a Phoenix. Like, he very well could just do it. And there is the first Gateway Scout we've seen in a while.
Is there any reason why he's, going for 2-port? Does he just like to do it? Does it get him horny?
To be honest, he doesn't play this game very much anymore. He's actually pretty good at Hearthstone, so that's why.
Oh, that makes me sad. I love
TVP is really hard, man. Like, if you don't play TVP consistently and regularly, then you're just gonna be bad at it. Like me, I don't play regularly enough because of stupid work, so it is what it is. And I love that trick. You leave behind like a half-built depot, and the worker's just like, well, I will be annoying.
He's even delaying his rags to make it.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that. I would have just pulled SCV. But it doesn't really matter. As is, we do see single gas from Drumhead. And let's take a look. Besides the single gas, still no indications as to what Protoss wants to do. There's the fast factory.
I imagine it's just going to be a 1-gate expand because you don't want to do anything particularly risky when you have no information about what the Terran is doing. Like, he hasn't seen anything.
Very lucky for Northclap to get the first scout off. He goes in and he sees, hey, there is a cancelled zealot. That means there's going to be an expansion. That means that Wooldrum, all the Wooldrum needs to do is defend and he's okay. So now it's on Northclap to do as much damage as he can by building 2 Banshees at a time.
I just can't fathom why he's 2-porting. I mean, wait. Yeah, I guess he's done. Is he gonna proxy the starports?
It's possible, but unlikely. It's more likely, yeah. There's the first starport going down. With the gas timing lining up, you should have exactly 200 gas. 200 gas, excuse me. For the Banshee.
Starport is down. It's about to begin. I feel like I need to get more in character, you know?
Where is the Robo? He really needs that Observer. Without an Observer, it's going to be extremely hard for him to defend. And, maybe I'll just get Cannons. I think Cannons are also a fine choice against Banshees, to be honest.
Perhaps the Protoss will opt for a Stargate to get air superiority against the Banshees.
Yeah, well, there's the cloak. There's the first Banshee as predicted. This looks like TVT. And there's the second starport. Yeah, he was not kidding. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a game on our hands, and there's the Robo. With another gateway.
He's gonna go for Robo because he's just gonna have to get three
observers.
Three gates of stalkers and then just try and power through them. I mean, it's interesting. I think it might have been a better choice to go Stargate against this because the Banshees are just going to chew up all of the ground.
You really think so?
Yeah, that's a distinct possibility.
Right, well, at the moment, we do see a lot of Banshees. He's not sending the first one across. He's banking them. And I do see I'm watching the stream right now. It's crisp and clear. It's absolutely fine. Don't worry.
Okay, cool.
Engineering bay come down to blindly prepare against oracles. I do like that.
He's just gonna go for stalkers and try and get as many units out as possible because he's like Banshees. They really do have ridiculous DPS, honestly. But I mean, against 3-gate stalker, I don't think this is going to work.
Well, there is the first Banshee. Gonna fly south and intercept this probe. Hopefully, will the probe see the Banshees? And the answer is yes. A marist of glimpses. This should prompt the stalkers immediately to go to the north and begin protecting.
Drumhead thinks he's being 1-1-1 though. He's building immortals.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
I mean, I think that's
and
the last
does he see them? He
that
definitely does see them
right.
right now.
Quabby.
Oh, careful, Quabby.
Paying attention.
Okay, well, he's got 3 Banshees to work with now. There's the delayed expansion. Still making Banshees. Yes. Where is that Stargate? There's that Stargate. It's going to start Phoenix production very soon. That these verified Banshees are a factor. Got a probe.
I wonder how many shots Banshees need to one-shot a stalker. That'd be hilarious if he just
Let's do the math really fast. They got +1 armor naturally. It takes 4 shots to strip the shields. I'd say probably 9. 8 or 9.
No problem. We'll just make 9 Banshees. Although he does seem to be transitioning.
There is a Banshee going around though. But Drumhead's already prepared. He's got a forge on the way. Stargate about to finish. 3 stalkers in position. There's the cloak. The observer's gonna deflect it very, very easily. And trying for multi-prong is North Quab, but takes another few shots. You know, Banshees are surprisingly tanky for units that are not armored.
Well, that's actually a point in their favor versus stalkers.
Oh, he's got Vikings. He's gonna try to snipe. He's going to try to snipe the observer. There's no cannons. There's no cannons.
I was just thinking, he's just going for
He only needs 2 salvos. That's all he needs. 2 salvos.
Hilarious.
Oh, here we go.
Bobby,
there's the skin.
Bobby.
First one. Second one. Good night. And here we go. There's the cloak. Air superiority achieved. Get wrecked, son. What is going on right now? 4 Banshees have cleared the natural. There is no mining going on right now. The second observer needs some partner play. There's a Phoenix. There's a Phoenix, son. There's some other ship. Overcharged. Targeting down. The Phoenix and the Banshee are taking very, very heavy damage. Oh, the Marines! It's a trap! The Marines shooing away the Phoenix. Banshees are going to get away just fine. But a lot of natural base taken for a Terran player and a 3rd CC to follow. This is the greatest game I've seen in my life. Listen, look how smart. He cut the reactor in the starport by building 2 starports. Think about it.
Genius play.
It's genius. You can't even make that shit up. That's amazing.
Why not just get a Raven though? That would be pretty good, right?
Yeah, sure. You can if you're a pussy.
The thing is, Quabby is a pretty good legit player. So I mean, if he could somehow leverage this into a reasonably normal game with an advantage, it would be kind of hilarious.
His TVP, I would say, is probably the best in our group. For a person who doesn't play, like his reactions, like his decision making, way out of league in mine. Like, just I can't even touch him in terms of decision making. My micro and macro might be better because I play more actively, but I'm never gonna match his decision making. And this is a fleet of 5 Banshees coming across. Look at all this good decision making. Look at the 5 Banshees.
I mean,
there's 5 Phoenixes! What the fuck? Okay, that's just imba.
Phoenix so imba.
Phoenix so imba. Power Protoss. This is really awkward.
No.
Crosses in range.
Oh, he reveals the op stuff.
And
I guess he's gonna transition into Phoenix Colossus.
Question is, how good is that against Bio Banshee? Ah, yeah. Nice move so far by Drumhead, picking off this few Banshees. We're gonna need to see some repairs quite soon. There's the repairs queued on all these Banshees.
I'm really interested to see where Quavi goes from here. He just managed to get himself 4 command centers, which is pretty good. 4 orbital commands.
To be honest, I'm not too sure where he's gonna go from this either. He's
Double
extremely
reactor.
marine heavy.
Maybe go
Whoa.
go double reactor on the starports and then maybe use 2 tech labs for an additional 2 racks. That'd be pretty sweet. His
Pretty
reduction
smart,
would be
yeah.
really nice then. Oh.
Oh, careful. There's a stim. How many Banshees are still left?
4 is a decent count.
Considering each one does have the DPS of a Colossus, 4 is a bit more than just decent.
Yeah. That is my favorite little Banshee-related factoid. And right now, we're seeing how many mules on the field? 3 mules? That's pretty good. The income is reasonably in Quavi's favor. He is heavily supply-wise, which is not the best.
Oh no, these Banshees. You don't want to lose that just yet.
And, wow, I mean, Drumhead is going incredibly Stalker heavy. I don't know if that's going to serve him well, considering there's a big Marauder transition now. I say Marauder transition from 2-4 Banshee.
And there's 4 Vikings happening right now. Oh my god. Alright, cool. I've seen everything. I've officially seen everything. Now the only thing that would shock me more is if Northclad wins, because if he wins, this is going to be the build of the week at All Things Terran.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, considering, those Vikings. Ouch.
Yeah, losing a few Vikings is never a good idea. Pretty expensive.
He's trying to be aggressive with the Banshees, but they're not going to accomplish much.
I think he killed a pylon. No! No! And goodbye, Banshees, with no ability to produce any more. Quavi is now playing a straight-up game. No force multipliers. The composition
And now the game
is...
looks completely normal.
Yeah. Now the composition is 41 Marines and 2 Marauders. 4.
Hey.
And he's gonna try to make for a push. Okay, well, 8 Marauders, not gonna be that good against 3 Colossus, unfortunately.
No. If he was able to hit a higher number of bio with a Marauder heavy composition, then it'd be pretty good.
He doesn't want to get drawn too far. He does see the death ball. He does not want to engage it quite yet. His force is a little bit too squishy. And for now, I still just have to say that Quavi's fighting an uphill battle. He is taking the 4 command center before Protoss, which is always a nice thing, but what's stopping Protoss from coming across the map and just kicking the shit out of him?
I'm not sure, honestly. He's being pretty hesitant. He's getting his upgrades up, but I mean, Quavi's upgrades are superior at this point. His army size is superior, and his worker lead is in his favor, so I mean, things are actually looking great for the Terran.
I would actually tell Quavi to seriously stop making Marines completely and just go focus on Vikings. This last 20 supply should all be Vikings.
Yeah, he has a hell of a lot of Marines, and that's not going to last long.
Unfortunately, these Vikings are also rallied improperly. I don't know where these Vikings are going, but Quavi, you gotta watch them. Quavi? Quavi. Oh dear.
They're going on a field trip.
No, Quavi!
They took some shields off the mothership core. That's fine. That's
And
all
that
I
is
needed.
a terrifying army. This is a very good timing for Protoss to hit, even with the delayed upgrades of Phoenix Colossus. Like, you don't need upgrades to power on through what Quavi has. Yes, Quavi has made an incredible concave. Oh my god. This is like the sort of screenshot you take for a diagram, but
he's going for it. He's going for it.
And that's it. There is the ginormous concave. A thick sandwich in from the right side to try to make something happen, but so many lasers. These Colossus remaining completely uncontested. This is a bit of a build. It's as good of engagement as Quavi was gonna get, to be honest. He melts a lot of the gateway, but these four Colossus still stand strong with a dozen kills apiece. And right now, Marines are not what he needs. My friend, what happens?
Protoss!
Protoss. Please don't put this in match point. Oh boy. Stop laughing! It's freaking me out. There goes support, mate.
Big Archon, yes!
The army has been replaced with a slightly more Marauder heavy one, though. If there's anything that's going to give him a chance, it's going to be this.
It doesn't matter! Protoss!
Now, this looks very bad, but honestly, Terran's still at a supply lead.
Yeah, that's true. With all of my screaming Protoss, there's
Never mind.
6 Archons! Archons!
Oh boy. The transition is real. Does he have Storm?
Oh, the sneaky Vikings are still alive. They have +1. Oh,
They might get a Colossus or two. And Claudius chosen to fight on higher ground. He's going to abandon that lower ground expansion. A Viking flank from the right. They have triumphed over the Phoenixes. How is that even possible? What is going on?
But there's so many Archons. There's 8 Archons.
Oh my god! Krabby's gonna try for it! Krabby's gonna go for it! It's only Archons! It's only Archons, and Bio with Kiting Micro is great against only Archons!
But he's not guiding. Protoss!
Oh my god, Protoss! And Vikings clear out the last of the Colossus. More Bio filtering in. Look at the bank! And Norclop, and he is gonna crush through the Archons! And the Plankstalkers have to retreat right now, and he relands his fourth. Norclop is showing...
hitting 360 APM.
Wait, what? Really?
Yeah, well, briefly. Very briefly. He's doing pretty well. 5 mules.
Wait, he has Caduceus Reactor? Why did he get Caduceus Reactor? It's literally the worst software you can get for this stupid game!
Because he has 4 command centers.
This is a bit of an awkward engagement. This is a really good angle for Northclap coming in from the right-hand side and Bio reinforcements filtering in from the left. He is cut off at his third base. He lands the Vikings, tries to make a hole, but the right-hand side is going to be overwhelmed. And GG taps out, Drumhead ties it up for all things Protoss. We are at match point. Fuck.
Okay. I think that's enough of that.
Okay, hold on.
Kobe fought valiantly, but in the end...
Alright, I'm back to normal now, right?
Yeah, you are.
Okay, cool.
Sadly.
Alright then. Ladies and gentlemen, the score is 10-10. This very tense moment. This is the ace match. These two gentlemen, Drumhead steps again for the second time, and Womack coming out from nowhere. And these two, the clash head-to-head of the Titans. Whoever wins will have the subreddit's gratitude forever, and they will play on CJ Biome. The
Well,
winner of Team Liquid map making contest. I really hope this is not in ladder, to be honest. I don't like this map too much.
Really? How does it play?
Very, very abusive for, how you say, I think Blink. Not too sure though. We'll have to take a better look in game. Alright, well, spawning in the right hand side, representing all things Terran. Our ace player, it is Womack.
And in the left-hand side of CJ Biome, the last champion for all things Protoss, representing Core, Drumhead.
This is so tense. All things Terran might win something over Protoss for once. Oh my god, I'm so nervous.
No, you think about it, it's great, because if you win, then you get to feel great about winning. If you lose, you get to whine about Protoss. It's win-win.
I'm actually very, very proud of the subreddit. Like, last time we got 15th and 5th, and this time people came in and they actually knew what the fuck they were doing. And they played some good games, so...
Yeah,
props to everybody who played.
Thread for helping people improve for the subreddit. I wonder how much went into that, because there is a definite improvement over the last subreddit wars.
I'm not so sure about that. It's just that the meta shifted a bit, like to complaining about Zerg instead of Protoss, so people are trying. And it's very, very strange. But...
Really, I don't know, man. I don't think you'll ever get Terrans to stop complaining about Protoss.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see. Right now, single gas for Protoss.
Yeah, and Barracks on 14? That seems rather unusual. I guess he's been a bit more economical.
Oh, this is gas first. He is going for the kill. He's going for the throat. This is really, really dangerous. And the way he's actually made this, he's not going to have just 100 gas when this barracks finishes. He's going to have 150. There's going to be Hellions very, very quickly. And this is an extremely wide natural choke.
Yeah, you bring up a good point. This there's no way to realistically wall this off. So I think if Drumhead catches a whiff of this, he's going to want to be walling at his ramp, at his main ramp.
The main ramp to the Nexus, right?
Yeah, because I mean you can't wall this off in anticipation of Hellions. There's just
unless you 7-gate cap. But yes, you're right. There's conceivably no way, and as predicted, there's the factory in the reactor. It's going to be super fast Hellions, and Drumhead should see this and know because he plays Terran.
Tech Lab, man.
What?
Wait,
what?
This?
What the fuck? That has to be a misclick.
Maybe.
There's no way that's not a misclick.
That is hilarious.
Oh my god, I know what this is. This is the hammer build.
The hammer build? Please.
This is a hammer build, yeah. What you do, yeah, is you take Marauders, you get concussive shell, yeah, and then you get some middle mines, and then you pressure. And behind it, you go into mech, and then you do a big timing. This is an insanely dangerous stack, but the only downside is that Womack's, unfortunately, through the nerves, gotten himself supply blocked.
God damn
Happens to everybody, yeah. Very, very strong build.
Well, the one thing you can say is the Drumhead has complete information about this. He knows what's coming. He sees the researching tech lab. He sees the factory. He knows that he's up against Marauders and Widow Mines. So I'm going to predict a Robo reasonably quickly. He needs it for detection. Wow, he's actually chrono boosting a second Stalker. And he wants to go really unit heavy to defend this. But I'm not sure how I feel about this. I feel like his gas, like he's going second Stalker and Warpgate. His second gas is only finishing now. He's going to be a while before he can get up a Robo, and he's going to need it for detection or Immortals.
Alright, well, I think he will start pushing with the first 2 Marauders, if I'm not mistaken, and a few Widow Mines. And behind it, there's going to be an expansion, there's going to be Hellbats, there's going to be tanks, and there's going to be a lot of ghosts. And the resulting engagement I hope Drumhead is ready for this. This is an extremely unconventional build, but Drumhead reads a lot of All Things Terran. It is extremely likely he knows what this build is. And there's the first move out. 3 Marauders, 2 Mines.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see how much damage this can do, because he will have a Photon Overcharge, but only one. And but no detection.
No detection. Where is that Robo? Or has he delayed it still further? No, Robo's about 50% completed.
Line,
yes,
yeah.
there it is. No
the timing of
anti-air,
this is it's a little dicey. I mean, will he have an observer in time, or is he just going to burrow directly underneath this mothership core? I think he's just going to go for it.
Funny. There's the mines. Number 1 goes on. Number 2 does not impact on anything quite yet. Overcharge should be activated. No, wait, he used Time Warp. He used Time Warp to overcharge.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Needs to realize this. He's not moving.
Needs to hammer in. He needs to move in right now.
He needs to recognize what happened. Wow, that wasn't... I think that was...
That's a big mistake. Oh my god. Concussive shell. Quack, quack, motherfucker. That disarms by the mines. So nice micro pulls in. 2 probes. Disarms them all, but without any sort of muscle. Now it's just... Yeah, there's the Zealots. There are the Zealots. And the micro by Womack is pretty good. He's target firing down these Stalkers, and he should get that very last one. Is he going to squeak out that last shell? One more salvo. There it is. And the Marauders
how much damage
are very,
do?
very good. This could be game ending. I think this could kill the natural, actually. If he's not careful, the mines are going to rearm very soon. All mines kills a Stalker.
And a critical Time Warp misstep may have cost Drumhead this game.
Oh my god, that reflective Time Warp was not the right choice. And now, nothing but a Mothership Core. And Womack is just going out of control with his Marauders. He should start a bunker and a orbital command very soon, but right now he's focused very heavily on micro. No blame at all.
He's gonna get the Mothership Core?
Is he going to... Oh my god, no Mothership Core. Oh my god. This is very awkward, and Womack has done the damage he needed. He has already killed the core. He has killed 7 workers, killed a lot of gateway units, and right now Protoss has, I believe, no forge, no tech, and has to furiously bang out an Immortal.
Wow.
This is, I'm telling you, man, it's a very interesting build.
You know what else we see? A Ghost Academy. How many pre-10-minute Ghost Academies do you see?
I don't know enough about the hammer build to know what happens at this point, but getting a Ghost Academy very early, so you can build just 1-2 ghosts and bank a lot of energy.
Well, we are seeing additional factories, so yeah, it does make sense. You did mention this transitions into mech-play, but wow, that is an incredibly early Ghost Academy. And there's a single mine in this medevac. That's interesting. That's a minimum commitment for maximum damage. And if this goes unscouted, as it is, Drumhead isn't prepared for this.
We should see the boost any moment now. Boost the thrusters,
Here we go.
courtesy of David
Is
Kim.
Drumhead watching? He's not watching, he's in the natural.
Don't go in the simulator.
Oh,
do not go in the simulator. Oh, nice split by Drumhead.
I was lucky. One probe down.
Very, very nice split. The observer is even being recalled, or it should be. There it is, going in from the natural. And they should just zap it very, very quickly. Find it multiple factories, ghosts being produced one at a time, very slowly. Womack in no hurry. He knows that he's in economic lead right now.
Now I'm curious how Drumhead chooses to play this out once he identifies his mech. The Phoenix is coming in right now. I'm going to watch from Drumhead's camera to see his response. Here he goes. He's going to scout the additional factories.
He should see mech. He knows. He knows it's mech.
Alright, he sees it. Does he check the base? He sees the ghost. He sees the factories. Alright, so what does he do from here? What is his thought process? How is he going to slow this down? Right, he immediately pulls a probe and he goes for Robo Bay. Oh, is he changing his mind? Twilight Council?
No. No, there's just 2 Stargates. He puts 2 Stargates.
Double Stargate! Okay! This is interesting. See, I would have expected a fast third, but I mean, double Stargate this early on 2 base is interesting. Does he go Void Rays? Or does he go 2 base, 2 Stargate Tempest?
I wouldn't say Tempest. I would be more on the lines of Void Rays. Void Rays are excellent against what's happening right now, which is Hellbats and Siege Tanks. If you think about mech's responses to the Void Ray, you have either the Thor, which is obviously suboptimal, or you have the Viking, which is, again, suboptimal.
Widow Mines are pretty devastating against Void
The
Rays.
problem is getting the Widow Mines to go off onto the Void Rays, because generally there's a ground buffer of a lot of Zealots, so you are going to have difficulties. This is not reliable. And there's another mine drop. I don't know if he's watching. There could be target fire. Gets one, I believe. Strips the shields of a Stalker. We will need to recall that Observer.
I mean, so far, the harass from Womack has been reasonably effective. 9 probes have gone down. He's killed a mothership core. So he's done a decent amount of damage.
Sure.
I think he secured the mid-game that he wants for himself. I mean, I'm surprised there's no third command center. Do you think we could just be seeing some kind of a really sharp timing from 2 bases with this?
I don't remember if the hammer build gets a 2 or 3 base timing. I assume it has to be a 3 base timing. Anything on 2 bases is insanely all in.
Well, I mean, he's not producing SCVs anymore, right?
I would hope not, no.
No, he's on, what, 3 factory production with the starport, and he's not got a third command center. Like, with the aggression he put forward, he could have got a third command center if he wanted, and he's starting to unseat now.
This is a push. But he does not have the anti he needs. There are, I believe, at least 4, maybe 6 Void Rays that are going to be waiting for him. Yeah, this is really, really, really difficult. And this Scouting Phoenix is going to see the entire move out, I believe. Yeah, if you didn't notice it before, there it is. 1 Viking. Now, he does have 1 trump card in that he does have 4 Ghosts. Ghosts are okay against Void Rays if you land the EMPs, but even then, is the operative word I think I would be using.
What's interesting is he's transitioning out of this. He's going for a 3rd, he's getting additional factories, he's not going for a pure all-in. Oh, the fake Colossus. Oh.
Big EMPs. There's the Siege. Hellbat's trapped behind the Marauders. Not what he wants. And 4 Void Rays coming in. A big warp in his Zealots from the back. And I think this attack is just about to be absolutely crushed. There's nothing contesting these Void Rays. A single Ghost coming up the back. And the ground army goes easily to Womack's favor, but the Void Rays will clean everything up, and now a Hellbat drop going into the main. Will it be intercepted? And there's the drop. Blue Flames! Blue Flame is going to do a hell of a lot of damage, and behind it, a 3rd command center is coming up slowly, and a pure Widow Mine transition coming out. Widow Mines and Thors, nothing but. He knows that's all he needs to break the Protoss
play. An additional 10 workers were killed during that attack, and I think that's hurt. That's hurt Drumhead a hell of a lot. I mean, you look at this now, he's transitioning to Thor, Hellbat, Widowmine, and Drumhead's production has been severely hampered by this.
Oh, look at this Hellbat.
Wow.
Alright. Well, for the time being, both players content just to sit back and lick their many, many wounds. I will imagine Womack will take a 3rd base quite shortly.
There is a 3rd command center completed in the natural, so he does have the option for that.
Right.
And I feel like a follow-up push from Womack could be absolutely devastating. I mean, what would... Okay, so there are 7 +1 Void Rays about to have +1 armor. That, you cannot underestimate that, but Thors and Widowmines are going to make short work of those.
Especially without a buffer. You know how he's cutting gateway units. Like, these gates are all idle, but does he have the money to warp in a buffer? The answer is no. He's getting Immortals, Charge, and he wants to keep making Void Rays? Very, very, very difficult. Not to mention he's got to replace all these lost probes.
Yeah, I feel like this game got very difficult for Drumhead very quickly. I mean, his entire army is 7 Void Rays. That's all he's got. He's making an Immortal now. He's getting an additional couple of Archons, so he's starting to get away from that really vulnerable mix. But I mean, this is in Womack's hands. How long is it before he decides to hit that timing?
I don't think it'll be much longer, especially with the number of mines he has right now. 2 Thors and this many mines. This looks like a 4v4, man. Holy smokes. Okay, and he's just gonna hit a monstrous timing with these mines, I imagine, very soon. Once he gets another Ghost, imagine. There's the Ghost.
Yeah, and we've seen that Womack is, he's very willing to be aggressive. He hit that hammer build that did so much economic damage early on that killed that mothership core. He did a follow-up mech push, so we know that he's not afraid to be aggressive and on the map and in the opponent's face. He's not just going to sit here and build up an army forever. So the question is more of a when is he going to move out, and not if. When is he comfortable? He knows he needs to neutralize these Void Rays. That's why he's getting these Vikings.
Well, for now, we do see that Terran is still sitting in his back whorls, and he has not chosen to go for an attack upgrade, +3 armor on his vehicles. He is instead choosing to go for +1 attack now. He may choose to launch a timing when +1 finishes. But the Dark Shrine is on the way, ladies and gentlemen, and that, as we all know, is quite dangerous against a player who lacks detection. But Womack is lacking anything but detection. There are turrets
so many
everywhere.
missile turrets.
Yeah, this is actually kind of ridiculous.
He's not getting caught with his pants down, that's for sure.
Oh wait, hold on. He just transformed all his Hellions. Is he going to attempt a massive run by, or no? He's going to peel away 4. 4 is the perfect number for this sort of attack, and he wheels him south. But at the same time, a massive timing by Drumhead. He wants to get some damage done.
Oh, this could be an anti-timing for Drumhead, but an immortal drop, a double immortal drop. This is great. Oh, it's an immortal and Archon drop. That's cute.
It's interesting. There's the whoosh. The Hellions not noticed quite yet. They could get some damage done, and Womack lines them up. He finds the targets, and Blue Flying Hellions going to make a lot of the work of this, but at the same time, a big warp into Zealots, Archon, and an Immortal at the same time. A big timing at the front.
Nexus.
Oh no, Womack's abandoning his position. He needs to hold on. There is a massive attack coming. He wheels about with the majority of his army, and he moves a few mines back home to defend, and there are the Thors pushing them back, and the Hellions have been cleaned up by the Swarm Overcharge. At the same time, this Archon and Immortal and these 4 Zealots are doing a lot of damage. This unfortunately is not a very maneuverable army. Like, this is the Terran Death Ball, and as most Death Balls tend to operate, everything moves at a different speed.
Yeah, but this is gonna get cleaned up now, so... I wonder if this is what's gonna spur Womack to action. Because I feel like he's probably missed his timing, honestly. There was a great stretch there where...
Fire in the hole.
Ouch. There was such a long period there where Drumhead's army consisted of only Void Rays, but now look at it. He's got an Immortal, he's got 7 Archons! Damn, that is a hell of a lot of firepower, and they're...
How many ghosts does he have? 3.
There are currently 3, yeah.
6 EMPs. 6 EMPs to work with.
The saving grace for Womack right now is that Drumhead has been focusing on air upgrades. He doesn't even have 1-1 for his ground, whereas Womack has +2 armor, +2 attack for his mech. I think that he has the opportunity to win this game, but he's showing hesitance, interestingly. I mean, previously we talked about his killer instinct, just how he's willing to go out there and deal damage, but right now he's being quite passive, and I feel like he might be letting his timing pass him by.
Uh-oh, don't push that F2 button. He's pulling the Vikings out of position. Womack moving a lot of units to the left simply because he saw something in the sensor tower, but at the same time, this War Prism? Or did he kill the War Prism? Oh, he already killed the War Prism. Oh, in that case,
another one is in production right now.
F2 all you want, my friend.
And there's a Flame Legion on the way, but here comes the push.
Oh boy,
this
he's gonna hit him right before he steps.
Does Drumhead have what he needs? He's got so many Zealots, but I don't think that's what he wants.
Oh boy, that's a lot of mines though. If these mines go off in the wrong positions, it could be a little bit dangerous. And the mines, are they good? Deployed, the mines are driven across, fire in the hole!
Oh,
big connections, a third of Drumhead's army evaporates immediately.
Down in 2 seconds.
Oh my god, there's even SCVs with this attack, and the Hellbats are just chewing through the army, separated in 2 sections. Fire in the hole again, everything gets obliterated. 59 supply ahead, all things Terran. The power of Seal triumphing with a fist could not, and so many Thors and tanks shelling away at this third base. Air superiority achieved.
Is all things Terran going to win with mech? It looks like it.
Oh my god, please
the
no.
Flank, he's going in for the flank, but there's just not enough.
Comes in for the flank, that's right, and the mines go off again. They're seconds away from rearming, and guess what? Thors are not too bad. A single DT being pretty darn obnoxious. He does need to scan, and there he is. Wow. Goodbye, Dark Templar. Drumhead desperately trying to restabilize. We see an Immortal and 2 Dark Templar in production, but the mine count remains insane. Once he deploys right next to it, these charge lots are just going to die. Fire in the hole. Goodbye, Zealots.
45 probes killed in this game. An absolute massacre.
And we should see reinforcements routed across quite shortly. A lot of Hellbats and mines ready to work, and more mines marching in. Womack is just splitting mines apart now, and there's no way to disarm this many mines without losing that server or 2 at least. And ladies and gentlemen, I think this is it. Did All Things Terran just win a Sunrise Award? Yes, he did. GG, well played to Womack, showcasing mech and the hammer build. Oh, shit.
Well played, guys.
I think that's just about to do it. I need a cigarette, and we are gonna go. And you need to go to sleep, right?
Yeah, in a little while.
In like 20 minutes or something. So, we ended nicely. Any particular shoutouts you want to give?
I want to give a shout out to you for organizing this fantastic tournament. You always
thank
put
you,
so much work
senpai.
into it. Yeah.
No,
It's a
don't
lot
thank
of
me.
fun
Actually,
to
thank
play in
Jeff. Jeff
Caspian.
is the one who put all the work in this.
Okay, yeah. Jeff, thank you so much for the music and the transitions and the scenes. Everything is absolutely fantastic. It adds so much to the tournament. Yeah, it was a hell of a lot of fun. I want to thank Tina, my girlfriend, for being awesome and being patient whilst I cast StarCraft tournaments. That's great. And I hope everyone enjoyed themselves.
You know what I thought when I first saw Tina? I was like, what is a great girl like her doing a Protoss player like him?
Easy
kidding,
race,
man.
easy life, man.
Alright, well, Jeff, you can unmute yourself. You want to say anything? Now's the time, man. Woo! You might, alright, that's it, man? Alright, well, for everyone watching, thank you so much for your time. I'm Shwashka. I will be writing up battle reports as soon as all this is over, so please stay tuned for the posts. And if you didn't show, fuck you. Seriously, fuck you. Everyone who didn't show just sent me a letter and said I couldn't show, but if you didn't show without an announcement, fuck you right up the ass. So without that, thank you so much. Stay tuned for All Things Zerg versus All Things Protoss. I hope you all have a great day and have a good night. Are we still live?